Hey everyone, welcome back. Tonight, or whatever time it happens to be, where you are, going to drift back almost 2,000 years to a world that smelled faintly of olive oil, incense, and bad political decisions. So, grab a blanket, lower the brightness on your screen, and let us talk about one of Rome's most confusing emperors, the golden-haired drama king himself, Emperor Nero. Now, Nero is one of those names that history just loves to drag through the mud, and honestly, he earned most of it. He's remembered as the man who supposedly fiddled while Rome burned, even though fiddles didn't exist yet. He's remembered as a cruel tyrant, a singer who thought he was a musical genius, and a man whose romantic life was basically one long opera of poor choices. But tonight, we're not focusing on Nero himself. We're focusing on the people caught in his gravitational pull specifically, the women who became his concubines, lovers, or victims, depending on which historian you ask. So, who were Nero's concubines? What was life actually like for a woman in Nero's inner circle? Was it luxury? Was it fear? Spoiler alert, it was both, and not necessarily in equal measure. Let's start with the setting. Imperial Rome, around AD 60. The city is huge, loud, and crowded. It's got marble temples, gladiatorial games, and enough gossip to fill every forum from here to the Tiber. The emperor lives in a sprawling palace complex that makes modern mansions look like minimalist cabins. Every hallway smells like expensive perfume and anxiety. Inside, dozens of servants move silently through corridors, careful not to make eye contact with anyone too important. And somewhere inside all this, probably behind silk curtains, golden lamps, and an absurd number of peacocks, are Nero's women. Now, in Roman society, being a concubine wasn't necessarily shameful. It was sort of a semi-official title. You weren't a wife, but you weren't just a fling either. You could be acknowledged, protected, and sometimes even beloved, as long as you knew your place. But if your employer happened to be Emperor Nero, well, that was a whole different level of danger. Because Nero didn't just want affection, he wanted devotion. He wanted admiration, music, applause, preferably all at once. He had the emotional maturity of a spoiled child and the power of a god, which is not a combination any therapist would recommend. Let's float first to one of the earliest and most famous women in Nero's orbit, Claudia Octa. Octa started out as a slave from Asia Minor, probably Greece or modern-day Turkey. She was described as beautiful, quiet, and intelligent. Three adjectives that, in Nero's Rome, could either save you or doom you. She was freed by the emperor and became his lover while he was still married to his first wife, Octavio. Yes, that Octavio, the sweet, politically convenient daughter of Emperor Claudius. Octavia, by all accounts, was dignified and dutiful, which of course made her incredibly boring to Nero. Octa, on the other hand, was exotic, kind, and apparently less interested in politics. She became Nero's emotional escape from the rigid, formal world of imperial marriage, and for a time, he seemed genuinely fond of her. Now, imagine Octa's life for a moment. She lives in unimaginable luxury gold hairpins, silk robes, attendants who treat her like royalty. But every day, she wakes up knowing that her comfort depends entirely on the mood of one unstable man. One wrong glance, one careless word, and she could be replaced, or worse. Roman concubines were expected to entertain, flatter, and listen. They were also expected to vanish gracefully when the emperor got bored. It was a strange combination of intimacy and invisibility. You were close enough to share secrets, but never close enough to be safe. Octa actually tried to protect Nero from himself. Historical sources, even the gossipy ones, like Suetonius, mention that she encouraged him to behave more modestly, to stop humiliating himself on stage, to act like an emperor instead of a theater kid with infinite power. Naturally, Nero ignored all of this advice. Because why listen to the woman who genuinely cares for you when you could instead chase chaos and burn bridges? sometimes literally. Let's glide forward a few years into the part of Nero's story where things really start to spiral. Octa fades quietly from the record, which, in this case, might mean she got out alive. Nero, now fully embracing his own legend, moves on to new obsessions. Enter Poppaea, Sabina, arguably the most famous of Nero's lovers, and the woman who would become his second wife. Poppaea was ambitious, clever, and beautiful in that calculated Roman way. She knew how to walk into a room and make every man in it suddenly question his priorities. She had been married twice already, one of those husbands being Otho, who later became emperor himself, and she wasn't exactly known for humility. Poppaea was everything Octa wasn't. She was political, manipulative, and unafraid to play the long game. Nero adored her, or at least, he adored the version of her that flattered his ego. Life as Poppaea was less romantic empire and more emotional hostage situation. Nero showered her with gifts, jewels, and public displays of affection, but he was also paranoid, jealous, and prone to violent outbursts. According to Tacitus, who never missed an opportunity for drama, Nero eventually kicked Poppaea during an argument while she was pregnant. Killing. Historians debate whether that's entirely true, but given Nero's track record, it's not exactly unbelievable. Still, before her tragic end, Poppaea held enormous influence. She convinced Nero to divorce and later execute Octavia, because, of course, nothing says happy marriage like removing your first wife permanently. She also encouraged his more extravagant side. The public singing, the gold leaf palace decorations, the insistence on being treated like a divine artist rather than a ruler. For a woman, in Poppaea's position, survival meant constant performance. You had to read the emperor's moods like weather forecasts. Too cheerful, and you seemed shallow. Too quiet, and you seemed disloyal. Every word, every glance, every gesture was a political act. Now, we might imagine Nero's palace as some glittering paradise, but let's be honest, it was probably more like a luxury prison, filled with incense, gossip, and existential dread. Behind the marble and music, there was always the tension of power. Who had it, who lost it, and who would pay the price next. Even servants had to watch their tone. One misplaced compliment, one moment of eye contact, and you might find yourself reassigned to something less glamorous, like feeding the emperor's pet leopards. After Poppaea's death, Nero's obsession didn't end. It simply shifted, as obsessions often do. He couldn't let go of her image. He reportedly had her body embalmed with spices, and kept her memory alive in disturbingly theatrical ways. Some sources even claim he found a young boy who resembled her and, in true Nero fashion, decided to recreate her. Yes, that's right. He had the boy castrated and dressed like Poppaea, because if you thought this story couldn't get darker, Nero was always ready to prove you wrong. And this is the strange, sad pattern that defined life near Nero: luxury on the outside, despair underneath. His concubines lived in golden cages. They had everything except control over their own fate. Some tried to manipulate the situation. Others tried to survive quietly. Few succeeded for long. Let's float briefly to one more woman who often goes unnoticed in Nero's saga: Statilia Messalina. After Poppaea's death, Nero married her. She was beautiful, noble, and, apparently, tired. Because by this point, being Nero's wife was less of an honor and more of a full-time crisis management job. Statilia outlived him, though, which in Nero's world counts as a major victory. By the late 60s AD, Nero had alienated everyone: senators, soldiers, even his own guards. Rome burned, literally. And so did his reputation. When the rebellion finally came, Nero fled, abandoned by nearly everyone. And those concubines, those women who once lived wrapped in silk and terror, most simply disappeared from history. No grand monuments, no heroic towels, just a quiet fade into the margins, as if Rome itself wanted to forget. But that's the part that lingers, isn't it? These women weren't nameless ornaments. They were survivors in a world built to crush them. Each of them saw the emperor at his most vulnerable, his most ridiculous, and his most dangerous. They knew the truth behind the marble statues, that even the so-called gods of Rome were just frightened, broken people playing dress-up wheat power. So, if you ever wander through the ruins of the Palatine Hill, try to imagine them, the soft sound of sandals on marble, whispers in the hallways, a tired laugh behind a golden curtain. Life, as Nero's concubine, wasn't glamorous. It was theater, and like all good Roman theater, it ended in tragedy, but at least with excellent costumes. Let's drift a little further, because this world of imperial intimacy doesn't stop with Nero. Next, we'll explore how these relationships shaped the politics of the empire itself, and how the line between love, power, and survival became hopelessly blurred. Welcome back, my fellow knight historians. If you're still awake, congratulations! You've officially survived the first act of Nero's personal soap opera. Now, we drift onward, past the velvet curtains and broken hearts of his palace, into the wider world his passions shaped. Because in Rome, private scandals were never just private. They were national entertainment, sometimes even national disasters. When Nero loved, the empire trembled. When he sulked, people died. And when he sang, well, everyone had to pretend it was brilliant, or else. Let's start with what happened after Poppeia's death. Nero wasn't just mourning, he was unraveling. Imagine an emperor who decides that the best way to honor his late wife is to rebuild half of Rome in marble and gold, then name the entire thing after himself. Thus, the Domus Aurea, or Golden House, was born. It wasn't a palace so much as an ego made of stone. Inside, there were fountains that ran with perfume instead of water, rooms plated entirely in gold, and ceilings that could shower guests with flower petals. You know, modest. There's even a story that one banquet ended when the ceiling mechanism broke, accidentally burying everyone under a ton of roses. Nero, naturally, thought this was hilarious. But behind all that luxury, Nero's relationships were now ghosts haunting the halls. His obsession with Poppaea turned into superstition. He avoided certain rooms because he thought her spirit lingered there. He commissioned statues, portraits, and, according to some accounts, even small shrines. For someone who treated people like possessions, he wasn't very good at letting them go. Now, when an emperor begins building golden palaces while the economy crumbles, senators start to notice. But Nero didn't exactly inspire loyalty. Most of Rome's elite had learned to smile in public and plot in private. And didn't he help that Nero's new companionship situation, let us call it that, confused everyone. Remember the Poppaea, Luca-like boy? His name was Sporus, and he became a tragic symbol of how far Nero's madness had drifted. Sporus was a young slave whom Nero had castrated and dressed like Poppaea. He paraded him through the palace, called him by Poppaea's name, and even staged a wedding ceremony. Yes, an emperor marrying his dead wife, esse impersonator, because apparently grief counseling wasn't invented yet. To the Roman people, this was equal parts scandalous and darkly fascinating. They whispered about it in bathhouses, joked about it in taverns, but no one dared speak too loudly. The emperor had eyes everywhere, and no one wanted to be the next victim of his artistic temperament. Now, Nero's sense of theater didn't stop at home. He took it on tour. Literally, around AD 66, he decided to visit Greece to perform in public games. Rome's elite begged him not to embarrass the empire, but Nero had already packed his lyre. And so began the most chaotic concert tour in history. Picture it. The Emperor of Rome, draped in shimmering robes, performing tragic songs on stage, while the judges nervously awarded him first place every single time. Entire cities were shut down, so Nero could sing about heartbreak, heroism, and irony-alert moderation. When he returned to Rome, he brought with him thousands of trophies and the belief that he was destined to rule the world as both emperor and artist. But while Nero basked in applause, back in the capital, things were collapsing. The Senate resented him. The military distrusted him. The people, once amused, were now hungry and broke. And somewhere beneath all this tension were the remnants of Nero's court. The concubines, the freedwomen, the servants who had watched everything unfold like a slow-motion tragedy. Octa, the first lover, reportedly tried to ensure Nero's burial when his reign finally imploded. That's right, the same woman he had abandoned years earlier ended up being one of the few who cared enough to handle his remains. It's almost poetic, in a should-have-seen-that-coming sort of way. Let's float for a moment into the psychology of these women. What did it take to survive Nero's world? You had to be adaptable. You had to master the art of saying everything without saying anything. Compliment the emperor's singing, but not too enthusiastically. Or heed the suspect sarcasm, laugh at his jokes, but never before he did. It was a performance of loyalty so delicate that one wrong pause could mean exile or death. And yet, some of these concubines quietly influenced real politics. Poppeia's beauty might be what people remembered, but her power came from whispering in Nero's ear at the right moments. She persuaded him to favor the eastern provinces, encouraged alliances that later benefited her family, and may have even shaped certain laws regarding women's wealth. It's a reminder that behind every over-decorated emperor, there was often a woman trying to keep the empire from collapsing entirely. But let's not over-romanticize it. Most of these relationships weren't partnerships. They were survival strategies. The Roman imperial court was basically a snake pit in silk. Everyone smiled, everyone schemed, and everyone kept mental lists of who might be plotting against them. By the final years of Nero's reign, paranoia had replaced pleasure. He executed senators on rumors, exiled noblewomen for gossip, and even killed his own mother, Agrippina the Younger, a woman who had arguably built his career in the first place. Agrippina herself had once been one of Rome's most powerful women, manipulating emperors before becoming mother to one. But by the time Nero turned on her, even her influence couldn't save her. And so the emperor who once filled his palace with music and laughter was now living among ghosts, literal and political. His concubines were gone, his allies were dead or distant, and his empire was rotting from the inside out. In had 68 rebellion, the governor of Gaul, Gaius Julius Vindex, decided that enough was enough. Other generals followed Nero, panicked. He tried to rally troops by promising them money and performances, because clearly what soldiers want before battle is a concert. It didn't work. Eventually, abandoned by everyone, Nero fled Rome with a few loyal servants, including, according to some accounts, they hid in a villa outside the city while the Senate declared him a public enemy. When soldiers approached, Nero took his own life, muttering the famous line, "Qualis artifex, what an artist dies in me, eben in death." It was all about the performance. After Nero's suicide, Rome breathed an awkward sigh of relief. The Senate erased his name from monuments. The empire plunged briefly into chaos, and his once grand palace was stripped of gold and turned into public gardens. The women who had known him, Octa Statilia and the others, vanished quietly into history's background noise. But their presence lingered in a strange way. Nero's successors learned from his mistakes, or at least tried to. The next few emperors were careful about how they handled their private lives. Not necessarily better, just quieter. The idea of an emperor flaunting his concubines on stage suddenly seemed unwise. In the decades that followed, Roman writers kept returning to Nero's story like a cautionary bedtime tale. This is what happens when ego becomes religion. And tucked inside that story, always in the margins, were the women who saw it all. Let's pause here for a moment. Not to moralize, but to appreciate the irony. Nero wanted eternal fame, an egath Italiano. But the people who truly humanized his story, the concubines who endured, advised, and occasionally outlived him, they were the ones who made his legend worth telling. Their lives remind us that history isn't just about emperors and battles. It's about the people standing quietly behind the throne, doing their best to survive the mood swings of men who thought they were gods. So next time you read about Nero, picture not just the fire, the gold, or the music, but also the silent women sitting behind those marble columns, watching, waiting, and hoping to make it through another imperial evening. Welcome back, wanderer of the ancient world. You've now survived 2 parts of Nero's imperial melodrama, which, honestly, is more than most of his concubines managed. So, settle in again, because the story doesn't end with Nero's death. His legacy lingered like the faint smell of incense and smoke after a temple fire. Beautiful in theory, unpleasant in practice. Rome had seen emperors go mad before, but Nero raised the bar in terms of public spectacle. He blurred the line between emperor, artist, and celebrity. And, naturally, everyone who came after him pretended not to notice, while secretly taking notes, because despite all the scandal, Nero's reign taught Rome something crucial. The private life of the emperor was the empire. Now, when Nero died in AD 68, Rome went through what historians politely call the Year of the Four. Emperors, that's exactly what it sounds like for different men, one after another, all trying to claim the throne while Rome collectively said, "We're tired." Galba, Otho, and finally, Vespasian each took a turn, and each inherited a political system still haunted by Nero's ghost. But we're not here for the military coups. We're here for the quieter. Stranger story, how Nero's idea of love and power changed the way emperors managed their personal lives. Let's start with Otho, Nero's former friend and the ex-husband of Poppaea. Sabina? Yes, that. Poppaea. If Nero was a theatrical narcissist, Otho was more of a stylish opportunist. He had learned from watching Nero that proximity to the emperor could make or break your life. Poppaea's rise had begun during her marriage to Otho, but when Nero fell for her, Otho conveniently got promoted, as in, he was sent away to govern a distant province so Nero could have his wife. That's Rome for you. Betrayal with benefits. Years later, when Otho briefly became emperor himself, he kept his private affairs low-key. It was in T, because he'd suddenly developed morals. It was because Nero's scandals had exhausted the Roman public. No one wanted another emperor who treated the palace like a personal theater. By the time Vespasian came to power in AD 69, Rome was ready for something duller, something steady, and Vespasian delivered. He was pragmatic, efficient, and famously unimpressed by luxury. If Nero's palace had golden ceilings, Vespasian's likely had the Roman equivalent of budget lighting. He even taxed public toilets, a decision so practical that the Latin phrase pecunia non allet, meaning money doesn't stink, became proverbially Roman. But even Vespasian had a mistress, a Greek freedwoman named Canes, who had once served in the household of Emperor Claudius's mother. Canes was intelligent, well-connected, and, interestingly enough, a former secretary. She wasn't officially his wife, but she was his partner for decades. She handled correspondence, advised him privately, and had enough influence to shape small pieces of imperial policy. In many ways, Canes was the opposite of Nero's concubines. She wasn't a decoration. She was a collaborator. She showed that women in the emperor's orbit could have power not through seduction, but through intellect. And, surprisingly, Vespasian respected her, a refreshing change from Nero's operatic chaos. Let us float for a moment on this theme. How the emperor's bed became a political institution. You see, concubinage in Rome wasn't just about romance. It was a quiet, unofficial form of diplomacy. Emperors couldn't marry fraile marriages, had to be politically approved, dynastically useful, or at least not scandalous enough to cause a riot. But concubines, they offered freedom. They could come from anywhere, noble families, freed households, or foreign courts. They were the emperor's emotional loophole. Under Vespasian and his sons, the tone of imperial romance softened, at least publicly. Titus, Vespasian's eldest, fell in love with Bernice, a Jewish princess who had once been connected to Nero's court. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and inconvenient. The Roman people didn't trust her because she was foreign, and, perhaps worse, because she reminded them of Nero's flamboyant romances. So, Titus had to send her away. The message was clear. Love might be personal, but the emperor's image belonged to the people. Nero had blurred that line, and everyone was still cleaning up the mess. Now, fast forward a little. Let's glide into the 2nd century, where emperors like Hadrian and Marcus Aurelius took the throne, men who tried, in their own ways, to redefine imperial intimacy. Hadrian, for instance, was famous for his relationship with Antinous, a young Greek companion whose beauty became the stuff of legend. When Antinous died mysteriously in the Nile, Hadrian mourned him with a level of devotion that made even Nero's theatrics look subtle. He founded an entire city in his honor, built temples, and practically turned him into a minor god. See, the emotional dramatics of Nero never really left the empire. They just evolved. Hadrian's love story was less cruel, but equally obsessive. It showed that even the most philosophical emperors were trapped by the same pattern. Power makes isolation inevitable, and isolation turns affection into obsession. Nero's mistake wasn't loving too much. It was confusing love with ownership. Meanwhile, women in Rome continued to live in the shadow of these imperial romances. Being close to power meant walking a tightrope. The concubine could be adored one day and erased the next. She could shape laws through whispers but vanish from inscriptions entirely. We might like to imagine these women as passive victims, but that's not quite fair. Many of them were sharp, strategic, and aware of their limited leverage. Some used it quietly, others pushed boundaries. Take Marcia, for example, the mistress of Emperor Commodus, who came a century later. She wasn't just his companion. She was the one who eventually plotted his assassination when his tyranny became unbearable. So, in a strange way, the lineage of Nero's concubines carried forward a lineage of women who learned to survive, manipulate, and sometimes even end empire. Now, let us return for a moment to the emotional tone of it all. The strange duality of pleasure and danger that defined life in the imperial palace. From Nero onward, Roman emperors lived surrounded by beauty that terrified them. They built palaces filled with marble, gold, and art. Yet they trusted no one inside them. The people closest to them, concubines, servants, advisors, were also potential threats. It's like living inside a dream that keeps whispering, "This isn't real." And yet, this same tension produced some of Rome's most human moments. When you strip away the politics, what you find are lonely people clinging to affection in the only ways their power allowed. Nero's tears over Poppaea, Hadrian's grief for even Vespasian, Esquire companionship with Canis, they all reveal the same thing. Emperors were still just men, terrified of being forgotten. For the concubines, the stakes were even higher. They didn't have statues or names carved in marble. Their memories depended entirely on the men who once claimed to love them. Men who might at any moment rewrite history to erase their existence. So when we speak of Nero, esse concubines, actic, Poppaeas Datelia, and the unnamed others, we're really speaking of a pattern that echoed for centuries. They were the architects of intimacy in a world that didn't know how to handle emotion without turning it into theater. Let's float gently toward the end of this chapter. The slow fade of Rome's imperial romance. By the late Empire, concubinage became less of a scandal and more of a social norm. Legal texts from the 3rd and 4th centuries actually mention concubines as recognized partners with rights, responsibilities, and even inheritance laws. What had once been whispered in silk corridors now had the dignity of paperwork. It's a small victory, perhaps, but a meaningful one. The women who once lived at the mercy of emperors eventually forced Roman society to acknowledge their place. It wasn't equality, but it was survival carved into law. And somewhere in that transformation lies the ghost of Nero's world. The palace lights, the songs, the perfume-scented fountains, and the quiet footsteps of women who understood power better than any senator ever could. So, when we talk about life as Emperor Nero's concubine, we're really talking about the foundation of a much larger story. A story of love warped by empire of luxury masking fear of beauty coexisting with decay. Nero's women lived and died in the eye of that storm, but their legacy stretched beyond him, shaping how Rome and the world thought about power, desire, and what it means to be close to greatness. And with that, let's gently close the marble doors of Nero's palace one last time. The gold has faded, the music has stopped, and the empire has moved on, but the echo of those silken whispers still drifts through history, soft as dust on ancient stone. Welcome back, time traveler. We've wandered through Nero's golden palaces, met his lovers, and watched Rome burn down both literally and emotionally. Now, it has time to drift into the afterlife of memory, the way history chose to remember or misremember. The women who lived and suffered under Nero's glittering shadow. Because here's the strange thing about history. It doesn't just record what happened, it edits it. Every generation rewrites the story to suit its own reflection, and few stories have been edited as thoroughly or as unfairly as those of Nero's Concubine. When Nero died, he left behind two things: a bankrupt empire and an absolutely disastrous reputation. Later historians, especially the likes of Tacitus, Suetonius, and Cassius Dio, wrote about him with the kind of disgust usually reserved for particularly bad theater critics. They painted him as a monster, an emperor who played the liar while Rome burned, who killed his mother, his wife, and possibly his own sanity. And since the victors write history, that's the Nero we inherited. But what happens to the people who loved, or were forced to love, a man like that? Well, they become side notes. Take Octa, for example, the loyal concubine who tried to guide Nero toward decency. Ancient historians barely mention her except as a moral footnote. Like Nero had a former slave named Octa, whom he once loved before becoming completely awful. That's it. No reflection, no curiosity about her life afterward. Yet there are hints, faint traces, that Octa lived long enough to see the empire move on. Some accounts even suggest she buried Nero after his suicide, paying for his funeral from her own wealth. Think about that. The woman who began as a slave ended as the only person willing to honor the emperor everyone else despised. It's a story that deserves its own marble plaque, but history just shrugged and moved on. Then there's Poppaea Sabina, perhaps the most famous of Nero's lovers. The glamorous social climber, the dangerous beauty. Later writers had a field day with her reputation. To Tacitus, she was ambitious, manipulative, and power-hungry. To modern historians, she is something more complex, a woman trying to survive in a world that only valued her appearance. Poppaea didn't have the luxury of sincerity. In Nero's Rome, sincerity could get you killed. She played her part perfectly. The adoring lover, the clever advisor, and, for a while, it worked. But when the emperor himself was unpredictable, no amount of charm could guarantee safety. Her death, whether caused by accident or violence, became another moral anecdote in Rome's endless cautionary tales. And then there's Sporus, the young boy forced into Nero's twisted reimagining of His story is so surreal that even ancient writers didn't know quite what to do with it. Some describe it as madness, others as devotion. In truth, it was both an act of cruelty disguised as love. After Nero's death, Sporus was taken in by other powerful men, passed along as a strange imperial curiosity. One of them, Otho. Yes, the same Otho who had been Poppaea's husband, kept him for a time, which, if you think about it, makes history feel like a badly written soap opera that forgot when to stop. Eventually, Sporus's story ends the only way it could in Rome, quietly and tragically. When Emperor Vitellius later mocked him in public, Sporus took his own life, rather than endure another round of imperial humiliation. And yet, his name lingers a ghostly reminder of how even in an empire obsessed with power, some victims refuse to let their pain become performance. Now, by the time writers like Suetonius and Cassius Dio were putting pen to parchment, Nero's Rome had become a cautionary myth. His concubines weren't treated as people anymore. They were moral symbols. Octa represented misplaced virtue, Poppaea symbolized feminine manipulation, and Sporus embodied decadence. Their humanity got edited out, replaced by archetypes. But here's where it gets interesting. In modern history, particularly from the 19th century onward, scholars started looking past the drama and asking different questions. Who were these people really? What did they feel? What did love even mean in a world where one man had divine authority and everyone else had to orbit him like moons around a dying star? Archaeology helped. So did a bit of empathy. Letters, inscriptions, and small artifacts began to reveal a quieter truth, that life in Nero's court was unto constant debauchery. It was mostly waiting. Waiting for the emperor's mood to shift, waiting for your name to be called, waiting to be remembered. And in those small fragments of humanity, we start to see these concubines not as caricatures, but as survivors of a deeply unstable system. They were enslaved, freed, adored, punished, and forgotten, sometimes all in the same year. It's easy to mock ancient Rome for its excess, but it's harder to admit that the same patterns still exist today. Power still creates echo chambers. Charisma still hides cruelty. And people close to power still get written out of the story once their usefulness ends. If Nero were alive in the modern world, he'd probably be an influencer with a massive ego, a questionable skincare routine, and a PR team working overtime. His concubines would have private accounts and group chats labeled Survival Mo. The tools would change, but the dynamic, probably not much. Let's float, now, from cynicism to something softer. Because amid all the ruins and gossip, there's something oddly tender about this whole story. Nero's concubines, especially Acta and Poppaea, remind us that even in the cruelest systems, people still tried to care. They still tried to make connection mean something, even when it was dangerous. Imagine Acta walking through the corridors of the palace late at night, the marble cold beneath her feet, the torches flickering, the sound of distant music echoing from Nero's private theater. She knows she's living inside a storm. But for now, there's calm. Maybe she thinks about freedom, or about or maybe she just thinks about getting through tomorrow. History doesn't record those thoughts, but they existed, because the past wasn't a play. It was real life, messy, quiet, and full of people doing their best to survive the moods of gods disguised as men. And as centuries passed, Nero's story transformed from gossip to legend. His name became shorthand for decadence, while the women around him were reduced to decorative footnotes. Yet, if we listen closely, we can still hear their voices in the spaces between the lines. Soft, but insistent. Acta, the slave who became a confidant. Poppaea, the strategist who gambled everything for love and power. Sporus, the tragic reflection of how far obsession can go. Stelia, the survivor who outlasted the storm. They remind us that history isn't just built by the conquerors. It's haunted by the conquered. And sometimes, the ghosts tell the better story. So when you visit a museum and see a Roman bust labeled Unknown Woman, 1st century AD, maybe pause for a second. She might not be famous, but she lived through an empire that tried to forget her. And the fact that her face is still here, staring back across the millennia, is its own quiet rebellion. As we close this story, the long, strange saga of Nero's concubines, let us not remember them only as victims of one man's madness. Let us remember them as the human witnesses to one of history's grandest delusions. That power and love can ever truly coexist. Because in the end, Rome's most dangerous illusion wasn't its emperors, or its wealth, or its cruelty. It was the belief that being adored was the same as being loved. Nero died, clinging to that illusion. His concubines lived, knowing better, and that's what makes their story worth telling. Quietly, slowly, again and again. So, we've reached the end of our journey through Nero's world, a world of marble, music, and slow-motion chaos. At this point in the story, the torches of Rome have long gone out. The palaces stand cold. The whispers have faded, and all that's left is the echo, that soft, persistent hum of history that never really stops. It's strange, isn't it, how even the most dramatic lives eventually settle into silence. Nero, once the most powerful man on earth, died in a ditch with barely a handful of witnesses. His final words, supposedly, were, "What an artist dies in me?" Which, if true, is exactly the kind of thing you'd expect from a man who thought performing tragedy was the same as living it. His death didn't end the empire, of course. Rome rolled on, as Rome always did. New emperors came, some decent, some dreadful. The Senate pretended to care, and the people moved on, because that's what people do. But the memory of Nero lingered, like a perfume that refuses to fade. And in that lingering scent, we find the traces of everyone who was part of his strange little universe. His wives, his slaves, his performers, and yes, his concubines. Each one a thread in the vast tangled fabric of his myth. If we step back for a moment, away from the gossip, away from the historian's bitterness, we can see something more human underneath. Nero's court wasn't just about cruelty or indulgence. It was about loneliness. An emperor surrounded by people who feared him, pretending that fear was love. And the concubines, each in their own way, were part of that illusion, trapped in the same golden cage, playing roles in a story that could never have a happy ending. Let's think about Acta again. The freedwoman who once loved Nero sincerely. After his death, she fades from history almost entirely. We don't know where she went or how she lived. But maybe that's for the best. She had seen enough of power to know that silence was safer. Perhaps she spent her later years in a quiet villa, tending to her own garden, finally free from the noise of the imperial court. The world would never thank her for what she endured, but she might have found peace in anonymity. Then there's Poppaea Sabina, whose legacy became a reflection of Rome's double standards. She was blamed for being too beautiful, too ambitious, too clever, which basically meant she dared to exist in a man-s world and use her mind. Her marble busts, found centuries later, so a serene, almost detached expression. You can almost imagine her thinking, "You'll all remember my name, even if you never understand me." And she was right. Sporus, the tragic mirror image of Poppaea, never got the luxury of such control. His story remains one of the strangest footnotes in Roman history, that kind that makes you question where cruelty ends and obsession begins. He outlived Nero, yes, but survival didn't mean freedom. He was kept as a living memory of the emperor's madness. And when he finally chose to end his life, it wasn't just despair, it was protest, in a world that treated him as an object. His final act was the only one he fully owned. And finally, Statilia Messalina, the woman who managed to outlast it all. After Nero's death, she quietly remarried, and lived through several more emperors. A survivor, in every sense. She understood the secret that so few around Nero did, that in the empire of spectacle, the most radical act was to simply keep living. When we look at their lives together, it's easy to label them as tragic. But maybe that's too simple. Maybe what we're really seeing is endurance, not the loud kind that wins wars or builds monuments, but the quiet endurance of people who learned how to live beneath the shadow of absolute power. Because that's the hidden theme of this whole story. The silence beneath the noise. Rome, for all its marble glory, was a noisy place. Markets shouting, senators arguing, poets declaiming, soldiers marching. But under all that, behind the thick walls of palaces, there were silences, the kind where servants whispered, where lovers pretended not to be afraid, where people rehearsed their emotions because sincerity was dangerous. The concubines lived in that silence. They didn't command armies or write laws, but they navigated something far more perilous, the emotions of a man who believed himself divine. Every smile, every gesture, every word was calculated. One wrong move, and you could disappear. And yet, they left behind something real. Not in the records. Those were written by men who never understood them. But in the fragments, a piece of jewelry, a line of gossip, a face on a broken bust. Those fragments whispered to us across 2,000 years, saying, "We were here. We mattered." If we could walk through the ruins of the Domus Aurea, Nero's golden house, we might still feel their presence. The walls once glittered with gold leaf and gemstones, but now they're bare and cracked. The echo of footsteps in those halls is faint, but it's there. History never forgets entirely. It just changes the volume. And maybe that's the lesson hidden inside all this decadence and decay. Power fades. Beauty fades. Empires crumble. But memory, even the quiet kind, finds a way to endure. In the end, Nero's concubines are more than tragic figures in a cautionary tale. They are symbols of survival. They remind us that even in the most suffocating systems, people still find ways to live, to hope, to love, even if the world never notices. And maybe that's why their stories feel oddly comforting, because they remind us that being forgotten isn't always the worst fate. Sometimes it's freedom. So, as you lie back now, maybe with the lights low and the hum of night outside your window, imagine the city of Rome asleep. The marble gleams faintly in the moonlight. The air is still. Somewhere in the distance, you can almost hear the faint pluck of a lyre, a ghostly melody drifting through time. Nero, ever the performer, trying to sing himself back into relevance. But history doesn't answer. The music fades, and all that remains are the quiet lives of those who lived in his shadow. The women who endured him, outlasted him, and, in the softest of ways, defeated him by simply surviving. Because, in the end, Rome forgot their names. But here we are, 2,000 years later, whispering them back into the light, and maybe that is all the justice history ever really gives, a quiet retelling in the stillness of the night. Dede. Tonight, we're re-going back, way back to a time when love wasn't tea sealed with a kiss, but with a goat, a feast, and a legally binding exchange of axes. So, if you're lying in bed, lights low, maybe already halfway to dreaming, perfect. Because tonight's story is about the ancient Norse, the Vikings, and how they turned marriage into both a sacred ritual and a political chess match. Now, when most people imagine a Viking wedding, they picture something wild. Horns of mead, fur cloaks, and maybe a little too much shouting. And yes, all of that happened. But beneath the surface, chaos was something surprisingly organized, almost bureaucratic. Viking marriages weren't just love stories, they were business contracts. And not the cute kind you frame. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Before we attend the wedding, we need to understand what love even meant in the Norse world. Spoiler, it wasn't about romance. It was about property, reputation, and survival. Because in a world where half your neighbors might die in the next raid, love had to be practical. So, picture this. It's the 9th century, somewhere along a cold Norwegian the air smells like pine, salt, and ambition. A local chieftain's daughter is about to be married. She's maybe 16, wearing a dress dyed with imported blue pigment, expensive stuff, the kind that says, "My father owns ships." Around her, the entire community has gathered, and somewhere nearby, her soon-to-be husband is nervously adjusting his cloak, trying to look fierce and wealthy at the same time. The Norse took marriage seriously. It wasn't just a family affair. It was a clan affair. 2 families would come together to negotiate every last detail. The bride price, the dowry, and who got to keep the fancy drinking horns. In fact, the groom and his father often spent more time talking about cattle than affection. Because, really, what's more romantic than arguing over how many cows your future wife is worth? Still, there was a strange kind of logic to it. Marriage, for them, was less about passion and more about creating alliances. A good marriage could strengthen a family's political network, guarantee allies in the next feud, or just make sure your kids wouldn't have to marry their cousins. Well, hopefully. And then there was the legal side of it. The Norse were obsessed with law. Long before modern Scandinavia became the land of efficiency and equality, their ancestors were already drafting legal codes about who could marry whom, what counted as adultery, and how to divorce someone politely. The Icelandic sagas are full of stories where someone gets divorced usually because their spouse insulted their hair or burned their best tunic, before the wedding could even happen, though both families had to agree on terms. The bride's family would provide a dowry, which could include land, livestock, jewelry, or finely woven cloth. Meanwhile, the groom's family had to pay a bride price, a sort of insurance fund that would support the woman if her husband died or turned out to be, well, terrible. And yes, if you're wondering, people did get cheated. There are records of lawsuits where brides' families accused the groom of paying with sick cows or counterfeit silver. The Vikings didn't mess around with that kind of thing. Marital fraud was basically the ancient Norse version of bad credit. Once the financial wrangling was done, the preparations began. Viking weddings usually took place in summer, during the long daylight months when travel was easy and everyone was slightly less likely to die of frostbite. The celebration could last several days, full of feasting, drinking, singing, and storytelling. and the whole thing had to be blessed by the gods. Which brings us to the rituals. Norse marriage ceremonies weren't just civil agreements, they were deeply religious. The bride and groom each had their own symbolic roles to perform, usually invoking Freya, the goddess of love and fertility, and Thor, the god of strength and protection, because apparently no marriage is complete without the threat of divine lightning. The bride's hair would be carefully brushed and arranged by female relatives. This wasn't just vanity, it symbolized her transition from maidenhood to womanhood. She'd wear a bride's crown, often made of metal or flowers, and her dress might be adorned with brooches shaped like Thor's hammer. Each little detail had meaning. Meanwhile, the groom's job was to retrieve a sacred sword, sometimes passed down through generations. He'd give this sword to his new wife, symbolizing the trust between them and her right to carry his family's honor. In exchange, she'd offer him a dowry sword representing her lineage and her own family's protection. It was less "here is my heart" and more "here is my ancestral weapon. Please don't misuse it. Then came the animal sacrifice. Because of course, there was one. A goat, a horse, or sometimes a pig would be offered to the gods. The blood would be sprinkled or BLT over the wedding guests and the altar. It sounds intense, but for the Norse, it was a blessing. They believed this act connected them directly to the divine, binding their fate to the gods' favor. Imagine explaining that at a modern reception. Don't worry about the goat, it's for good luck. After the sacrifice came the feast, a massive days-long event. Think roasted meats, fresh bread, cheese, and enough ale to make an army forget its enemies. Everyone ate together, because the wedding wasn't just about two people. It was about uniting communities. Elders made speeches, poets recited verses, and skalds sang of past heroes who also happened to have questionable immorality. The drinking rituals were especially important. Mead, the honey wine of the gods, was passed around in horns, and each toast had meaning to Odin, to the ancestors, to the Kopla, and to anyone who hadn't started a feud yet. And then, of course, came the part everyone pretended not to talk about: the bedding ceremony. When the feast wound down, the couple would be escorted to their bed, often accompanied by a parade of half-drunken relatives singing loudly about fertility. Yes, it was awkward, but it was also symbolic. Marriage wasn't the official until it was consummated. The witnesses' family and friends didn't watch, thankfully, but they did linger just long enough to make sure the couple went through the motions. Because nothing says romance like a crowd waiting outside your room, cheering for your reproductive success. After that, the next morning began with gifts, symbolic tokens given by the couple to their guests, and vice versa. It was a gesture of gratitude and goodwill, ensuring that the newlyweds started their life together with allies, not enemies. And then, just like that, the bride and groom were officially married, bound by law, custom, and divine oversight. But before we drift further into their new life together, let's pause here, in the warm glow of the feast hall, where laughter mixes with the smell of mead and pine wood, because the truth is, for all its strangeness, the Norse wedding wasn't just a ritual. It was a mirror of the world around it, a world where love had to coexist with law, where devotion meant negotiation, and where even the gods expected an invitation to dinner. Let us float from here, from this bright hall, into the quieter chambers of Norse marriage itself. What happened after the wedding? What did life look like for a Viking wife? And how did the delicate balance of power, love, and property play out once the music faded? We'll explore that next. So, the feast is over. The mead horns are empty. Somewhere outside, the fire pit is still smoking, and half the guests are sleeping face down in the grass, dreaming of goats and glory. Inside, our newly married couple begins their new life, not as starry-eyed lovers, but as partners in one of the most practical systems of marriage the ancient world ever devised. Let's be clear, Viking marriage wasn't built on romance. It was built on balance. The Norse didn't expect eternal passion. They expected cooperation. A household was a small kingdom, and both husband and wife had to rule it together, ideally without killing each other over livestock rights. When a Viking woman married, she didn't lose her rights. And that's worth pausing on. For all the chaos of their world, the Norse had a surprisingly fair concept of what women could own. inherit, and control. Once married, a woman had full authority over the household. She managed the food, the servants, the finances, and even the keys to the storage rooms, which, in Viking culture, was basically the medieval version of having all the passwords. In fact, the Norse word for wife Husfreyja literally means lady of the house. And yes, that title carried real weight. A man might rule his clan or command a ship, but at home, the Husfreyja was in charge. If her husband went off raiding or trading, which was often, she ran the estate, and she didn't need to ask for permission. Now, this doesn't mean Viking marriages were modern or egalitarian. Far from it. But compared to many other ancient cultures, Norse women had an unusually strong hand in domestic and legal matters. They could own property, file for divorce, and even demand compensation if wronged. The sagas are full of sharp-tongued women who didn't hesitate to drag their husbands to court when things went south. And things went south quite a bit. Divorce, in the Viking world, wasn't scandalous. It was normal. It was normal. Either partner could call it off the husband if his wife was unfaithful or uncooperative, and the wife if her husband mistreated her or failed to provide. There was even a dramatic ritual for it. The wife could announce the divorce publicly, often at the couple's doorway, in front of witnesses. Imagine stepping out, tossing your husband's cloak into the mud, and declaring, "We're done." The neighbors would nod approvingly, then go back to sharpening their axes. And if you think that sounds empowering, it kind of was. The Norse saw marriage as a contract, not a divine trap. If it stopped working, you ended it, divided the property, and moved on. There was no shame in that, only practicality. After all, you can't run a farm or raise a family in constant misery. But of course, not all marriages were equal. For elite families, especially chieftains and jarls, marriage was more political than personal. A noblewoman's wedding might cement an alliance or expand landholdings. She might marry someone she barely knew, and then spend her days navigating the fragile politics of her husband's household. For her, survival meant strategy. Picture a woman like that, a jarl's wife in Iceland, standing by the hearth as snow drifts against the longhouse walls. Her husband's away on a trading voyage to Dublin, or maybe raiding in the British Isles. She's in charge of the entire homestead livestock, servants, and all. Messengers come and go. Guests arrive. Expecting hospitality, she has to be firm but gracious, cautious but respected, and she does it all with the calm confidence of someone who knows that power, real power, doesn't always shout. It's no wonder that Viking mythology itself reflected this dynamic. Even the gods had complex marriages. Odin and Frigg, for instance, were the divine version of a political couple. He ruled the heavens. But she knew everything that happened on Earth. He might have had mistresses, but Frigg had foresight. You get the sense that she tolerated him mostly because the universe depended on it. Meanwhile, Freya, the goddess of love and fertility, wasn't exactly the picture of domestic stability either. She represented passion, independence, and the chaotic side of affection. In other words, she was related to the Norse. Love wasn't tidy. It was a force to be respected, but not necessarily trusted. That attitude carried into real life. Viking poetry, especially the Edicles, describes love as both intoxicating and dangerous. A man might boast of winning a beautiful woman's hand, but the same poem often ends with betrayal, revenge, or both. Eat. As if the Norse collectively agreed that romance was fine, as long as you kept one eye on your sword and the other on the inheritance papers. Now, when it came to daily married life, things were surprisingly structured. Most Viking households were large, multi-generational communities. Parents, children, servants, and maybe a stray cousin who wouldn't leave. Everyone had a role. The wife managed the supplies, food, cloth, and trade goods. The husband handled external affairs, travel, trading, legal disputes. But their work overlapped constantly. The success of the household depended on teamwork. And yes, there were moments of tenderness, even in this pragmatic world. The sagas occasionally mention couples who genuinely seemed to care for one another. Husbands who composed poetry for their wives. Wives who defended their husband's honor at legal assemblies. One Icelandic saga tells of a husband who carved runes into a comb for his wife before leaving for war, small, quiet tokens of affection amid a brutal landscape. Still, it would be naive to paint Viking marriages as romantic idols. Women faced enormous pressure to produce heirs, especially sons. Childbirth was dangerous, and a woman's worth was often tied to fertility. But again, Norse society acknowledged that reality and protected women, to some degree, because of Italiano. If a woman died in childbirth, her death was considered honorable. Akin to dying in battle, it was their version of a warrior's sacrifice. Religion, too, reinforced the balance between male and female forces. The Norse didn't believe in one single, all-powerful god. They believed in many, each representing a different part of existence. That meant women's roles, both mortal and divine, carried spiritual significance. The Valva, or Sirius, was one of the most respected figures in Norse culture, a woman who could commune with spirits, predict the future, and influence fate itself. You might say that while men led raids, women guided destiny, and this spiritual respect carried into everyday life. Before a voyage or a battle, a man might ask his wife to bless his weapons. She'd touch the blade with the hilt of her keys, the symbol of her authority, and whisper a quiet prayer. It was an intimate moment, blending faith and partnership. If he returned alive, he'd thank the gods. And probably her, too. But, of course, the Viking world wasn't built for comfort. Winter was long, work was endless, and relationships were tested constantly by absence, death, and survival. The sagas tell us about wives who waited years for husbands who never came back. Some remarried, others stayed loyal, tending their land until old age. There's a particular kind of strength in that. Not dramatic, not celebrated, but steady, the strength of endurance. So, yes, Norse marriage might look harsh to modern eyes, but it had its own rhythm, its own kind of quiet fairness. It was a partnership built not on illusion, but on necessity. And sometimes, that's what keeps a civilization standing. Let's drift now from the hot side to the Hall of Law to see what happened when those partnerships failed. Because if there's one thing the Norse loved more than weddings, it was lawsuits. And their divorce customs were every bit as ritualistic, and occasionally just as messy. We'll explore that next. So, our Viking couple has been married for a while now. The goats are fed, the children are loud, and the longhouse smells faintly of smoked fish and slightly burned bread. Everything seems fine, until of course it isn't. Because, let's be honest, even in the frozen fjords of Scandinavia, people could get on each other's nerves. And when that happened, the Vikings didn't sigh dramatically and stay together for the kids. Oh no. They handled divorce with the same brisk efficiency they brought to everything else, calmly, publicly, and with just a dash of theatrical flair. In Norse society, divorce wasn't scandalous. Either was simply part of the system. Marriage was a contract, not a fairy tale. And contracts could be ended. If one partner failed their side of the deal, whether it was infidelity, abuse, or even just incompetence, the other could legally walk away. And yes, both men and women had the right to do so. That's the interesting part. A wife could end her marriage almost as easily as her husband could, provided she followed the correct ritual, and oh, did the Norse love a ritual. Here's how it worked. Picture this. Early morning, maybe just after sunrise, the wife steps outside, into the cold air. She walks to the doorway of the house, a symbolic threshold between the private and the public. There, in front of witnesses, because witnesses made everything official, she announces her decision to end the marriage. The exact words varied, but the sentiment was clear. I declare myself separated from this man. Then, she'd step away from the threshold, turn toward the yard, or the family assembly place, and repeat the declaration again for emphasis. It was part law, part performance art. By the third repetition, everyone got the message. The marriage was over. After that, property was divided according to custom. She'd keep her dowry and whatever personal wealth she'd brought into the marriage. If the husband had wronged her, say, through mistreatment or adultery, she might also demand compensation. The sagas are full of women who did exactly that. Take Hallgerd from the Engils saga, one of Iceland's most famous stories. Hallgerd was beautiful, proud, and, as the saga gently suggests, a bit difficult. She went through several marriages, some ending in violence, others in scandal. But what's fascinating is that the text never condemns her for it. She's portrayed as clever, independent, and, frankly, unwilling to tolerate nonsense. In a society that valued strength, even in women that made her oddly admirable. Now, Viking men could also divorce their wives. Of course, common reasons included infertility, infidelity, or, and this is true, wearing men's clothing without permission. Apparently, gender bending was a deal. Another acceptable reason was if a wife cut her hair without her husband's consent. Which sounds petty, but in a culture where hair symbolized honor and identity, it was serious business. But the real trouble began when divorces turned into legal feuds, which they often did. Remember, this was a world where honor meant everything. A failed marriage wasn't just personal. It could ripple through families, alliances, and entire communities. If a man felt insulted by how his wife left him, he might retaliate with a lawsuit or a challenge at the Thing, the local assembly. And the Thing was basically a Viking courtroom/political festival. It was where disputes were settled, laws were recited, and people showed off their new cloaks. Picture a field full of tents, gossip, and the faint hum of legal arguments shouted over the wind. Lawyers, or what passed for lawyers, quoted laws from memory. Witnesses stepped forward, and the crowd judged everything with mild disinterest, unless someone mentioned blood feud, at which point everyone perked up. Divorce cases were popular entertainment. They mixed gossip, law, and social tension. A perfect recipe for a long, dramatic day out. The Norse even had specific laws about how compensation should be paid, who kept which sheep, and whether insults were actionable offenses. They usually were. But despite all the theatrics, there was a remarkable sense of order in it. The Norse weren't barbarians. They were obsessed with fairness, or at least their version of it. Everything, even heartbreak, had to be balanced out with compensation. So, if a husband wronged his wife, he might owe her silver or land. If she wronged him, she might return her dowry or pay restitution. And once the debts were cleared, life moved on. There was no eternal disgrace, no social ruin. People remarried. Quickly. Sometimes suspiciously quickly. This was a small world. After all, isolated villages, limited options. Everyone knew everyone else's business. You might end your marriage one week and be arranging another by mid. It was less about romance and more about keeping the farm running and the lineage secure. That practicality was baked into Norse culture. Even their myths reflected it. In one saga, a goddess divorces her husband after he insults her father during a feast, and no one seems particularly shocked. The gods had their issues, just like mortals. Still, not all separations were peaceful. Occasionally, divorce led to feud. And in Norse society, feuds could last generations. If one family felt slighted, they might demand vengeance or compensation, which led to more feuds, more swits, and occasionally someone's barn mysteriously catching fire. The sagas read like the world's earliest soap operas, just with more axes and fewer commercial breaks. And yet, through it all, there's this strange sense of civility. You can almost admire how systematic it all was. The Norse managed to live in a world where loyalty, betrayal, and property law were all part of the same cycle. And somehow, society kept functioning. What's even more interesting is that divorced women weren't shunned. In fact, some of them became quite powerful. A wealthy widow or divorcee could run her own farm, trade independently, and even sponsor in a world that respected capability above status. Competence was currency. Take on the deep-minded, one of the great matriarchs of early Iceland. After her husband's death, she managed her estate, organized a fleet, and led her entire family across the sea to settle new lands. She arranged marriages for her relatives, distributed land, and ruled with absolute authority until her death. She never remarried. Why would she? She was already in charge. That, right there, tells you everything about Norse society. Marriage was important, yes, but independence was prized. A person's worth wasn't defined solely by their relationships, but by their ability to manage life's endless storms, both literal and emotional. So, in the quiet evenings of a Viking longhouse, when the fire flickered low and the wind howled against the wooden walls, couples might look at each other and think, "This works for now, and if it didn't." Well, there was always the doorway, the witnesses, and a fresh start. Let's drift onward, then, from the world of love and law to something far more mystical. Because in Norse culture, even marriage had spiritual weight. Next, we'll step quietly into the shadows of ancient belief to explore the pagan rituals, omens, and strange superstitions that surrounded love and union in the Viking world. Let's drift now, quietly, from the noise of the thing and its bickering lawyers, back into the soft glow of torchlight. The longhouse is hushed again. Smoke curls toward the rafters, and in the flicker of firelight, the old world, the spiritual one, begins to stir. Because to the Norse, marriage wasn't just a contract between two people. It was a pact with fate. They believed that every union, every joining of families, was woven into a much larger pattern. Threads spun by those eerie goddesses of destiny who sat at the roots of the world tree. They spun, measured, and cut the threads of human lives with all the detachment of cosmic seamstresses. Your love life, in their view, wasn't really up to you. It was already sewn into the fabric of fate. So when two people married, the Norse didn't just celebrate a social deal. They honored a moment where fate's two threads were being tied together. And naturally, they wanted the gods to approve. That's where the rituals came in. Before any wedding, families often consulted a Valva, a seeress, part priestess, part witch. She was a figure of enormous respect and mild fear. She could interpret omens, bless the union, or if she didn't like what she saw, quietly suggest that maybe this match was a terrible idea. Picture a woman draped in dark furs, holding a carved staff, speaking in riddles about the weather and destiny, while everyone else pretends to understand. The Valva might cast runes, small stones, or bits of bone marked with ancient symbols, to read what the gods thought of the upcoming marriage. If the signs were favorable, the wedding proceeded. If not, well, people sometimes went ahead anyway, because love, stubbornness, and politics often outweigh divine warning. And really, what's more human than that? On the night before the ceremony, both bride and groom would take part in purification rituals. The bride might bathe in a nearby river, sometimes with her female relatives, symbolically washing away her old life. The groom, meanwhile, might perform a blood sacrifice, not as dramatic as it sounds, usually offering a few drops from an animal to ask for fertility and strength. It was, let's say, a little more intense than modern couples therapy. Then came the charms. Viking women often wore amulets shaped like Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, to bless the marriage. It was partly a fertility symbol, partly a divine insurance policy. If anyone dared to curse the marriage, they'd have to deal with Thor and his hammer personally. And because the Norse loved symbolism, everything from food to furniture had meaning. The wedding bed, for example, was considered sacred. After the feast, it was blessed by family elders, or sometimes by the Valva herself. They might place small symbols, bits of iron, sprigs of herbs, or carved runes under the bed to protect the couple from spirits and ensure healthy children. Yes, the Vikings absolutely believed in love magic, and not the subtle kind. There are old charms recorded in sagas and runic inscriptions that were meant to attract affection, restore passion, or if necessary, punish unfaithful lovers. One charm involved carving runes on a piece of wood, then dipping it in ale and making your beloved drink it. It was the ancient Norse version of a love potion, except probably less effective and more splintery. Other spells were meant to protect marriages from jealousy or evil spirits. In a world full of long separations and dangerous journeys, keeping a relationship strong was both a spiritual and emotional challenge. You might not have Wi-Fi, but you did have runes, mead, and a healthy respect for the supernatural. The Norse also tied marriage to seasonal cycles. Weddings often took place in late autumn or early winter, after the harvest, when food stores were full and the days were short. It was a natural pause in the year, a time for gathering and celebration before the long dark. Symbolic marked the union of light and shadow, life and death, growth and rest. Everything in Norse thought had a balance. That idea of balance extended to gender roles. Two, at least in the mythic sense, the gods themselves reflected the dual nature of power. Odin, wise and warlike, relied on the wisdom of women, his wife Frigg, or the seresses he consulted. Freya, goddess of love, also ruled over death and battlefields. There was no neat divide between masculine and feminine energy. Both were sacred, necessary, and deeply intertwined. So when a Norse couple married, they weren't just forming a household, they were embodying that cosmic duality. They became, in their own small way, a reflection of the gods. A man might lead outside, a woman within, but their strength was complementary. If either failed, the balance broke. The wedding feast itself carried echoes of this sacred balance. Each toast, each horn of mead, raised to the gods, reaffirmed their place in the divine order. The first toast was to Odin, for wisdom and victory. The second to Njord and Freya, for fertility and prosperity. The third to the ancestors who watched quietly from the shadows, because of course, the dead were always invited. The Norse believed that ancestors lingered, especially during great family gatherings. Their spirits were part of the household. You might pour a bit of mead on the ground for them, or whisper a name during a toast. Mariashwasanti, just for the living. It honored the lineage that came before, and the one that would follow. There's something strangely comforting in that. To the Vikings, love wasn't fleeting. It was a thread in an endless web. One life touching another, echoing down through generations. Even if you didn't live happily ever after, you lived meaningfully within the grand story. And yet, there was always an undercurrent of superstition, a quiet awareness that fate could turn sour. If a raven flew overhead during the ceremony, it might be an omen. If the wedding fire sputtered out too quickly, someone would mutter about the gods being displeased. If the groom tripped on the threshold, well, everyone would pretend not to notice. But let's just say it wasn't ideal. Superstitions were a form of control, a way to make sense of a world that constantly tested human endurance. You could bless your marriage, protect your home, and honor your ancestors, but in the end, the gods had the final say. Still, that didn't stop people from trying. Some families went all out with blessings. Charms hidden in walls, protective runes carved on doors, even horse skulls buried under floors for good luck. Yes, really. For a culture so famously stoic, the Vikings were remarkably sentimental about omens. And through all these layers of belief and ritual, one thing stands out. The Norse didn't separate the spiritual from the ordinary. Love, death, business, farming, magic. It was all one continuous flow of existence. The sacred lived in the daily grind, not above it. So when two people stood together before the fire, hands clasped, surrounded by God's ancestors and curious onlookers, their vows weren't just words. They were promises made to the universe, humble, fleeting, and beautifully human. Let's drift now, gently, from the spiritual to the symbolic, to explore how Viking art, jewelry, and even grave goods reflected their beliefs about marriage, loyalty, and the afterlife. Because if love was eternal, the Norse made sure it was well decorated for the journey. So far, we've seen the Viking marriage from its fiery feasts to its spiritual ceremonies. But now, let's slow down even more and look at how those unions left their mark, quite literally, on the material world. Because the Vikings didn't just talk about love. They carved it, forged it, and buried it. Everything in Norse life was symbolic. A ring wasn't just jewelry. A carving wasn't just decoration. A gift wasn't just sentiment. It was a transaction, a promise, or sometimes an unspoken threat. In a society where words were sacred and oaths could shape fates, the physical tokens of marriage carried enormous weight. Let's start with a ring, the most obvious one. Now, Viking rings weren't quite the delicate gold bands we picture today. They were chunky, braided, often made of silver or bronze, and occasionally looked like something you could use as a spare part for a ship. They weren't always worn on fingers either. Some were worn on arms, others hung from belts or necks. What mattered wasn't the placement. It was the symbolism. Rings represented loyalty, both to people and to oaths. A marriage ring, in particular, tied to households together in a visible bond. It said, "These two people and their cows, their land, and their extended families are now legally entangled forever." Romantic, in a very practical Viking way. Interestingly, the word ring in Old Norse ringr was also used metaphorically for cycles and promises, the idea of something eternal, without beginning or end. That symbolism ran deep in Norse culture. The gods themselves swore oaths on rings. The chieftains kept oath rings at temples, heavy golden bands, upon which sacred vows were made. You didn't break a promise sworn on a ring unless you enjoyed inviting supernatural disaster. So when a Viking man offered a ring to his bride, he wasn't just saying, "I love you." It was solemn. "I swear to the gods and the law that we rebound, and if I mess this up, may Thor personally throw lightning at my sheep." And yet, for all the legal gravitas, these objects could be heartbreakingly beautiful. Archaeologists have found intricately twisted silver arm rings, engraved with delicate knotwork and runic inscriptions. Some bear names or phrases like "for love," "for luck," or even just the initials of two people who, perhaps, wanted the gods to know they'd tried. Then there were brooches, which served a dual purpose, holding cloaks together and showing off one's social status. Married women often wore elaborate paired brooches across the chest, linked by chains that sometimes held keys, beads, or amulets. These weren't random accessories. They were statements. The keys symbolized authority over the home, the beads wealth and connections, and the amulets protection. Every clink of metal was a declaration. "I am a married woman, and yes, I run things here." Runes also played a quiet role in expressing affection. While most runic inscriptions were practical, marking ownership, recording trade, or invoking protection, a few reveal rare glimpses of tenderness, carved on wood bone or even combs. They sometimes say things like, "Remember me," "Think of me," or "I love the one who carved these runes." It's oddly touching to imagine a Viking sitting by the fire, knife in hand, carefully etching a love note into a piece of bone. Because let's be real, if someone carves their feelings into a walrus tusk, they're probably serious. These small, quiet tokens outlasted the people who made them. Long after the feasts ended and the meat dried up, the jewelry, combs, and carvings stayed behind, tucked into graves or lost in the soil, silent witnesses to human connection. And that brings us to one of the more poetic aspects of Norse life: the afterlife of love. When someone died, the Vikings treated burial as a continuation of the story, not its end. The way you were buried reflected how you lived and who you loved. Couples, especially those of high status, were sometimes buried together, surrounded by symbols of their union. Grave goods often included rings, household items, and sometimes even the tools or weapons that defined a person's role. A woman might be buried with her keys, her spindle, and jewelry. A man with his sword, axe, or ship model. But when couples were interred together, the line between their possessions often blurred. Their items mingled, a visual sign that in death their partnership endured. There are graves, for example, in Norway and Denmark, where archaeologists have found pairs of brooches, one slightly larger than the other, laid side by side. Some believe these belong to married couples buried within the same mound, though time has blurred their identities. Still, the symbolism remains powerful. Two lives intertwined, sharing eternity in the same soil. And then, of course, there's the legendary Oseberg burial, one of the most stunning archaeological finds in Viking history. Discovered in 1904, it contained two women buried aboard a beautifully carved ship, surrounded by treasures. Scholars debate who they were. perhaps a queen and her attendant, or maybe to noble women who shared power, life, and faith. Whatever their relationship, the burial radiates reverence. It's a reminder that the Norse saw death not as separation, but as a voyage taken together. Ships, in Norse belief, symbolize transition between lands, between lives, between worlds. To be placed in a shipgrave was to sail onward into the unseen, and for couples, it meant continuing their shared journey into the afterlife, as if the gods themselves had provided a vessel for eternal companionship. There's something hauntingly gentle in that idea. For a people often remembered for violence and conquest, the Vikings were surprisingly sentimental about togetherness. They understood impermanence. Winter comes, crops fail, ships sink, but they still believed that love, loyalty, and legacy could sail beyond all that. Even their poetry reflects this. The Eddas and sagas rarely dwell on romance, but when they do, it's quiet, restrained, and deeply human. There's an old verse from the poetic Edda that simply says, "Cattle die, kinsmen die, all men are mortal, but one thing never dies, the fair fame of one who has done well." And perhaps that's how they saw marriage, too. Not as a love story in the modern sense, but as a legacy, something that could outlive flesh and time. The household you built, the children you raised, the land you tended, those were your immortality. So when you see a Viking ring in a museum case, dull with age but still perfectly shaped, it's more than just metal. It's a fragment of a promise. A whisper from 1,000 years ago saying, "We were here, we loved, we endured." Let's drift, softly, from the quiet of the grave to the greater cycle of legend, where mortal love and divine fate blur into myth. Because for the Norse, even the gods couldn't escape the strange, stubborn pull of love, loyalty, and loss. So, let's drift upward now, away from the ships and the graves, away from the quiet earth, and into the shimmering, unpredictable realm of the gods. Because if you thought mortal Norse marriages were complicated, wait until you meet the divine ones. The gods of the Norse pantheon were, frankly, a bit of a mess. They had immense power, yes, but emotionally. Let us just say they wouldn't have survived 2 weeks on a group chat without someone starting a feud. They quarreled, schemed, flirted, and occasionally turned into animals, all while somehow keeping the universe running. And at the center of much of this chaos was marriage divine unions that reflected every human trait imaginable, from tenderness to pure spite. Let's start with the big couple, Odin and Frigg. Odin, the Old Father, the Wanderer, the one-eyed god of wisdom, was basically the Norse version of that mysterious old man who knows too much, drinks too often, and occasionally disappears to find himself. Frigg, his wife, was the goddess of foresight, marriage, and domestic order, a divine power couple. Really, wisdom and foresight, intellect and intuition. You'd think that combination would make for a stable relationship. But, of course, it didn't. Odin was, well, Odin. He had a habit of wandering off, both physically and romantically. He disguised himself as travelers, poets, even birds, and seemed to have an ongoing contest with himself to see how many humans and goddesses he could charm before Frigg noticed. Frigg, for her part, handled it all with an unnervingly calm dignity, the kind that makes you suspect she knows far more than she lets on. And say, Dith. Her gift was foresight, but in true mythological fashion, she could see fate but couldn't change it. Imagine watching your husband make one bad decision after another, knowing exactly how it ends, and just having to live. Wheat that Odin might have been the god of wisdom, but Frigg was the goddess of patience, which, frankly, sounds much harder. Still, theirs was a union of balance. He ruled the skies and war. She ruled the hearth and the home. Together, they represented the totality of the Norse cosmos, the outer world of conquest, and the inner world of continuity. And beneath all their divine dysfunction, there was an undeniable bond, one built on respect, inevitability, and a strange, timeless affection. But if Odin and Frigg were the cosmic couple, the goddess Freya was the embodiment of everything passionate, volatile, and heartbreaking about love. Freya, not to be confused with her twin brother Freyr, though that confusion happened a lot, was the goddess of love, beauty, fertility, and, interestingly, war and death. Because in Norse mythology, even love has a sharp edge. She rode a chariot pulled by cats, wore a cloak of falcon feathers, and cried tears of red gold when she was sad, which is honestly kind of iconic. Her marriage to Opier, sometimes spelled Ader or Odi, was one of the great Norse mysteries. Opiar was a shadowy figure, possibly mortal, possibly divine, possibly just Odin in another form, and he had a frustrating habit of disappearing for long stretches of time, leaving Freya to wander the world in tears, searching for him. It's said her tears fell to the ground as gold, which is poetic, if a little tragic. Imagine loving someone so much that your sadness literally generates the economy. Freya's story reads like an ancient Nordic version of heartbreak pop. She's fierce, beautiful, independent, and constantly getting her heart broken by a man who refuses to stay home. And yet, she never stops loving, never stops searching. There's something deeply human about that, even if she's a goddess. Meanwhile, over in another corner of Asgard, we have the god Njara, Freya's father, by the way, and his spectacularly disastrous marriage to Sky, the mountain huntress. Their story begins with a bit of, shall we say, divine drama. Sky, daughter of a slain giant, showed up at the gods' hall, demanding vengeance for her father's death. The gods, in their usual pragmatic way, offered her compensation instead, the right to choose a husband from among them. There was one catch: she could only choose by looking at their feet. Because apparently, divine justice in Asgard had a sense of humor. Sky, thinking she'd recognize the beautiful feet of Baldur, the shining, beloved god of light, picked the pair she liked best. But, of course, they belonged to Nyr, the sea god. Cue the awkward wedding bells. The problem was simple, but insurmountable. She loved the mountains. He loved the sea. They tried to make it work, splitting time between her snowy peaks and his windy shores. But after 9 nights in each other's homes, they both gave up. Sky couldn't stand the noise of the waves. Ene hota, ere re, couldn't he, handled the howling winds and cold. Their marriage ended not in anger, but in exhaustion, to deities realizing they were fundamentally incompatible, which might be the most relatable thing in all of Norse myth. Still, there was a kind of melancholy grace in it. They respected each other, even as they drifted apart, a divine divorce handled with more maturity than most human ones. And then, of course, we have Thor and Sif. Ah, yes, the thunder god and his golden-haired wife. On paper, they were a perfect match, strength and fertility, storm and field. But myth, being myth, it couldn't stay peaceful for long. Sif was famous for her beautiful golden hair, said to represent the ripening fields of grain. Naturally, Loki, the eternal agent of chaos, decided that was hilarious, and one night snuck in and cut it all off. Thor was not amused. Loki, fearing for his life, went on an emergency redemption quest, convincing a group of dwarves to forge Sif new hair out of real gold hair that would grow like normal. It worked, but the damage was done. The story doesn't really focus on Sif's feelings about the whole ordeal, because, well, patriarchy. But you can sense the undercurrent of vulnerability. Even gods had to live with humiliation, compromise, and the fragile balance of forgiveness. Through all these divine unions, the faithful, the doomed, the chaotic, the Norse myths mirrored human life in miniature. The gods loved, argued, drifted, and reconciled. Their relationships shaped not only their fates, but the world itself. The harvests, the storms, the wars, all of it reflected divine emotion in motion. The ancient Norse seemed to understand something subtle, that love, whether divine or mortal, is never static. It's cyclical, like the seasons they worshipped. It grows, wanes, and renews. And in that way, Every Viking marriage, every ring, every rune, was part of something cosmic, a reflection of the same rhythm that moved gods and mortals alike. Let's float now toward the twilight of this world, to the great ending, the Norse called where even the strongest bonds of love and loyalty are tested against time, fate, and fire. Because, as they believed, nothing lasts forever, not even the gods' marriages. Let's move quietly now into the final hours of the Norse world. The slow unraveling called not so much an apocalypse as a grand reset, the ending of one cosmic story and the beginning of another. By this point in the mythic timeline, love, divine, human, or otherwise, had endured centuries of strain. Gods had betrayed each other. Lovers had been separated by death. Oaths had frayed like old rope. Yet, in the Norse imagination, even as the world staggered toward its fiery end, those tiny, emotional connections still mattered. Ragnarok begins not with fire, but with frost. A long, unnatural winter, Fimbulwinter, grips the world. Snow falls for 3 years straight. Crops fail. Families turn against one another. The warmth of hearths grows dim, and people forget what it feels like to trust. And up in Asgard, the gods know what's coming. They've seen it in visions, in dreams, in the prophecies whispered by seers and sung by ravens. Frigg, the Almather, knows that her son Balder, the shining god of light and beauty, is destined to die. She's seen it in the threads of fate. Balder, the one god everyone actually liked, was the golden boy of Asgard, Kintpure Radiant. You can almost picture him glowing softly, like a candle in a hole full of warriors. The gods adored him, mortals prayed to him, and his mother loved him with the kind of fierce tenderness that even the divine rarely express. So Frigg, desperate to save him, goes on a quest. She extracts promises from every object in existence, every rock, every tree, every illness, every weapon, to never harm her son. Everything agrees, everything except for one tiny plant, mistletoe. She thinks it's too small, too harmless to worry about, which, of course, means that's exactly what kills him. Enter Loki. Because where there's peace, he finds chaos. He crafts a dot from mistletoe and tricks Balder's blind brother HR into throwing it during a harmless game. The dart pierces Balder's heart, and just like that, the light of Asgard goes out. The silence that follows is heavier than thunder. Frigg's grief is boundless, not the loud, dramatic kind, but the quiet, endless ache that fills every hall. Even Odin, who has seen more death than any being alive, can't bear it. The gods tried to bargain with Hel, queen of the underworld, to release Balder. She agrees, but only if every living thing weeps for him, and almost everything does. Stones cry, trees drip sap like tears, even the metals hum with sorrow. Everything, except for one figure, a giantess who, it turns out, is Loki in disguise. So Balder stays dead. It's a small act of spite, but it breaks the last threads of trust in Asgard. The gods finally see that Loki isn't just mischievous, he's dangerous. They capture him, bind him in a cave, and leave him to suffer until the end of days. And that's where he waits, planning revenge. From there, the fall begins. The bonds between gods, lovers, and kin all unravel at once. Odin, once the seeker of wisdom, now searches only for ways to delay the inevitable. Thor, the protector, senses the futility of his hammer. Frigg still mourns her lost son. Freya, still radiant, feels her magic dim as the world itself loses its rhythm. And then, it happens. The sky splits open. The monstrous wolf Fenrir, Loki's own child, breaks free from his chains. The sea serpent, Jarmungandur, rises, thrashing and spitting poison across the world. The fire giant Surtur marches from the south, sword blazing like a second sun. The gods arm themselves for the final battle. There's no suspense in any of this. The Norse gods knew how their story ended. They weren't fighting to win. They were fighting because it was right to face the end standing. Odin rides to meet Fenrir, knowing he'll die. Thor faces Jay, Aremongander, knowing the serpent's venom will take him moments after his victory. Freya watches from afar, the goddess of love and war, her golden tears falling one last time. Frigg waits in silent resignation. She's seen all this before. And in that moment, every love, every marriage, every bond, human or divine, converges into one shared truth, that nothing, not even affection, can escape time. But also, that love is the one thing that makes the end bearable. The fire consumes the world. The sea boils, the earth cracks. Asgard, home of the gods, collapses into ash and flame. But in the midst of ruin, there's a strange peace, because this ending isn't destruction, it's renewal. From the smoke, the myths say, a new world rises, green and whole again. Two humans emerge from the forest, untouched, ready to begin anew. Balder returns from the underworld, shining once more, and the gods who remain rebuild what was lost. And in that soft rebirth, the Norse imagination leaves us a message that's oddly comforting. That love, no matter how doomed, always leaves a seed behind. Even the ashes of a broken world can bloom again. So the marriages, the heartbreaks, the endless cycles of longing and parting, they were never wasted. They were threads in a larger weave, strands of the same story repeating across eternity. It's oddly poetic, isn't it? The end of everything turning into the quiet beginning of something else. A kind of eternal balance, chaos and calm, passion and patience, sea and mountain, husband and wife. Maybe that's why the Vikings, for all their battles and storms, valued rituals of love so much. They understood that even gods fell apart, but they also knew that what binds two people, or two souls, endures longer than any hall, any throne, or any world. And that is where we'll leave them for tonight, standing at the edge of the new dawn, where old loves are remembered, and new ones wait quietly to be written in the frost. The world has ended. The fires have burned out. The waves have stilled, and a strange, almost sacred silence hangs over what's left of existence. And yet, somehow, love remains, drifting through the ashes like the faint warmth of an ember that refuses to die. In the Norse imagination, death was never truly the end. It was a voyage, a long, winding continuation of all that one carried in life. Courage and regret, affection, grudges. Nothing was left behind. Even in the afterlife, the Norse believed one soul remained bound by the same threads of memory and emotion that wove life itself. And so, let's begin where every warrior hoped to arrive, Valhalla. Everyone's heard the name. The Golden Hall of Odin, where the brave feast forever and train for Ragnarok, the final battle. But behind the glory lies something gentler. Every night, the Einherjar, the fallen warriors, gather after their ritual combat. They tell stories. They sing. They remember. They speak of home, of the families and lovers they left behind. Even in paradise, they are still human enough to miss what they once had. Beyond the clang of swords and the roar of laughter lies a quieter hall. Fensalia, the domain of Frigg. Here, peace reigns instead of war. It is said she welcomes women, mothers, lovers, and keepers of households, those whose courage was found not in battle, but in patience. Her hall is veiled in mist and soft light, a sanctuary of remembrance rather than conquest. There's tenderness in that vision. Even within a culture obsessed with valor and bloodshed, the Norse left room for gentleness, a realm for the brave of heart, not hand. And then there is Folkvanga, the field of Freya. Half of all warriors who die in battle go not to Odin, but to her. Freya doesn't demand that they fight again. She gives them rest. She gathers them beneath her falcon cloak's glimmering shadow, offering them peace. It is said that in her field, lovers are reunited. The soldier and his wife, the poet and his muse, the broken-hearted and the faithful. Because if anyone would insist that love survives death, it would be Freya. But not all souls find such gentle places. Many drift down into hell, the shadowy realm ruled by Loki's daughter. Despite its grim reputation, Hell is not a pit of punishment. It's quiet, cold, gray. A land of soft echoes and slow forgetting. Hell herself, half beautiful, half decayed, is a reminder that all things are dual. Life and death, beauty and ruin. She rules not with cruelty, but with inevitability. The souls who dwell there are ordinary people. Farmers, merchants, children, mothers, those who simply lived and died. There's no torment, only continuation. And still, even there, memory lingers. The sagas whisper that the dead in Hell still dream of the sea's rhythm, of home fires and laughter. Sometimes they walk together through misty meadows, hand in hand with those they loved, in a place that feels half real. It's melancholy. Yes, but peaceful. A muted echo of life, where love still breathes faintly in the chill air. Far below, beneath the waves, lies the Hall of Ran, the sea goddess. She gathers the drowned with her vast net, drawing them into a shimmering realm. To sailors, she is both captor and comforter. There, beneath the flicker of underwater firelight, the dead tell stories of endless voyages. Because for them, the sea was both cradle and grave, first love and last. Each of these afterlives, Valhalla, Fensalir, Folkvangi, Hell, and Rand's Hall, mirrors a truth. The Norse understood well. Existence is cyclical. Death is not disappearance. It's transformation. No one truly vanishes. They simply move into another form of being, carrying their bonds with them. In Tatsenseid, even marriage was cosmic. When two souls joined, they weren't just merging estates or families. They were binding word. Their fates, even if one died in battle and the other grew old by the hearth, their destinies remained forever entwined. Their names would be spoken together at feasts, carved together on stones, remembered together in song. For the Norse, remembrance itself was sacred. To die was not the worst fate. To be forgotten was. That's why they carved names into stones, why they recited sagas by firelight, why love, fragile and flawed as it was, became their truest form of immortality. Because as long as someone still speaks your name, still remembers your voice, still tells your story, you are not gone. You are simply elsewhere. Even the gods understood this. Odin's wisdom, Freya's sorrow, Frigg's patience. These myths were not just divine tales, but mirrors of human truth. They were about longing, loyalty, and the fragile beauty of remembrance. So when we look at those ancient weddings, the mead, the torches, the vows whispered under northern stars, we glimpse something eternal. Life, death, love, memory, over and over again, in endless rhythm. Even the gods themselves could not escape it. They too lost and loved, mourned and remembered. And maybe that's the heart of Norse myth, that love is both our curse and our comfort, our wound and our healing. In the end, it's the only thing that leaves an echo. And when the mists rise once more over a reborn world after Ragnarok's ruin, imagine the gods walking again among mortals. The rivers clear, the halls rebuilt, and in every home, a faint ember glowing the same old fire of love that never truly dies. Because even when everything ends, love remembers. Let us drift now from the mists of myth back into the world of men, to the longhouses, the fjords, and the smoky hearths, where those stories were told in the first place. Because even though the Norse gods had their share of cosmic drama, the real heartbeat of their world was found in the songs and stories passed from one generation to the next. For the Vikings, storytelling wasn't just entertainment. It was memory made eternal. A saga was a kind of social glue, a way to hold the past together, to remind people who they were and what mattered. And while we often think of the old Norse tales as being about war, conquest, and heroism, if you listen closely, they're really about connection. Behind every battle is a reason, a promise, a love, a betrayal, the emotional undercurrents that shaped the fates of both gods and humans alike. In their sagas, the Vikings wove love and loyalty right alongside vengeance and fate. The stories didn't separate tenderness from strength. They saw them as different expressions of the same human core. After all, what drives a warrior to fight harder than the thought of someone waiting at home? Take the Volsunga saga. For example, it's brutal, full of dragon slaying and betrayal. But at its heart lies a tragic love story. Sigurd and Brynn. She's a Valkyrie, proud, powerful, doomed to sleep in fire until a hero awakens her. He's that hero, of course. And they fall in love. But destiny, being what it is, tears them apart through a web of deceit and blood feuds. Their story ends in death, as most good Norse love stories do. But the saga treats their passion with reverence, not as weakness, but as proof of their humanity. The old skalds, Norse poets, understood that perfectly. They didn't shy away from emotion. Their verses were raw, personal, and often mournful. They wrote of love that endures across oceans, and of grief that lasts longer than life itself. You can see it in poems like the Havamel, where Odin himself gives advice that feels almost tender in its simplicity. One verse says, "A man's heart should be happy with what he gains from friendship." Another says, "No man is so rich that he would reject a gift of love." These lines, spoken by the god of wisdom, tell you everything about how the Norse valued emotion, not as softness, but as strength. And while their marriages were often practical about land, family alliances, or survival, they were still layered with feeling. Husbands and wives worked side by side, shared the same dangers, and built their lives together out of necessity and respect. Viking women could own property, request divorce, and even demand compensation if their husbands wronged them, which, for the early medieval world, was surprisingly progressive. You could almost say that Norse love was realistic. It wasn't about poetry and perfection, it was about partnership, the kind forged through storms, work, and endurance. The kind that says, "We're both still here. Let's keep building." But it's not just the human stories that carried that legacy. The divine ones shaped it too. When people told of Odin and Frigg, they saw their own struggles with trust and patience. When they spoke of Freya's endless search for her husband, they thought of their own longing. When they recited the tale of Enjar and Sky, they laughed quietly at the irony of trying to make love work between two people who wanted completely different climates. These myths didn't just entertain, they taught empathy. They reminded people that even the gods didn't have perfect relationships, and somehow that made human imperfection easier to bear. In a world as harsh and uncertain as the Viking Age, that message mattered. Frost could destroy crops, storms could sink ships. Enemies could strike at any time, yet love, in whatever form it survived, was something people could control, nurture, and pass on. That's why wedding rituals were so rich with symbolism, the bride's hair being unbound, the sword given from father to groom, the sharing of mead. Every gesture carried centuries of meaning. It wasn't just about binding two people together, it was about reaffirming the community's trust in life itself. Because marriage, in the Norse sense, wasn't private, it was public. The whole village witnessed it because everyone depended on it. Families, farms, and feuds were all connected through these unions. Love wasn't only a personal affair. It was a thread in the social fabric, and when people died, that thread didn't break. The living kept telling their stories. A husband might carve runes for his wife, promising remembrance. A mother might tell her children stories of their father's bravery. A skald might immortalize a couple's devotion in verse, ensuring their names lived long after their bones turned to dust. That's the quiet beauty of Norse storytelling. It didn't glorify perfection. It glorified in love, loyalty, and even grief were forms of strength. When you read those old sagas today, you realize they're less about gods and kings than they are about ordinary hearts trying to survive extraordinary times. They speak of men and women who worked the land, who faced long winters, who made promises under gray skies, and kept them even when the world seemed to end. In that way, every story, from Odin's wanderings to the simplest folk tale, is a reflection of the same truth. That connection is the one thing worth preserving. Even when the world burns, even when the sea rises, even when gods fall, the memory of love, and the act of remembering it, becomes sacred. So when a Viking storyteller sat by the fire and began to recite, he wasn't just passing time, he was rebuilding the world, one name at a time. And in those flickering moments, between laughter and sighs, between the crackle of the hearth and the whisper of snow outside, the Norse legacy of love lived on. Not as something dramatic or divine, but as something ordinary, enduring, and endlessly human. Let's settle in one last time, slowly, calmly, as the fire in our imaginary longhouse fades to embers. The night outside is cold, but quiet. The kind of quiet that seems to stretch across centuries. And in that stillness, we can begin to understand what these old Norse stories were really trying to tell us. At their core, they weren't just about gods, heroes, or feasts. They were about people, and the fragile, stubborn ways we try to stay connected in a world that doesn't promise anything. If you strip away the mythology, the mead, and the endless family feuds, what's left is surprisingly familiar. The Vikings lived in a world that could freeze your crops, flood your ship, or wipe out your family in a heartbeat. Yet somehow, they still celebrated love. They still believed in promises. They still risked heartbreak just to make another life possible. There's something quietly beautiful in that. Something timeless. Because when you think about it, every Norse wedding, every rune carved into stone, every saga sung by candlelight was an act of hope. It said, yes, the gods may fall. The sun may disappear for half the year, but we'll still choose each other anyway. And isn't that the most human thing of all? In the sagas, love wasn't soft or sentimental. It was steady, like the rhythm of the sea against the fjords. It wasn't the kind that promised eternal bliss. It was the kind that said, we'll endure this together. The Norse people understood that everything, from kingdoms to feelings, is temporary. That's what made their devotion so real. They didn't worship perfection. They worshipped persistence. And maybe that's why their stories still resonate today, because modern love, for all its technology and freedom, still faces the same fears. The fear of loss, of distance, we still make vows we can't fully control. We still hope that someone will choose to stay, even when life gets cold and uncertain. The Vikings simply admitted that truth out loud and turned it into poetry. Their rituals reflected that honesty. When a bride's hair was unbound, it wasn't a performance, it was a transformation. When the groom offered a sword, it was anti-hust symbolic. It was a promise of protection, of partnership, of equality within survival. Even the mead they shared, sweet, bitter, intoxicating, mirrored the balance of joy and hardship that marriage would bring. Everything about Norse love had weight, meaning, and a little bit of melancholy. They knew that happiness was fleeting, but they chose to build it anyway, not in castles or crowns, but in daily work, shared meals, and small, ordinary gestures that made life bearable. That's what made it sacred. When you read an Old Norse poem now, you might expect thunder or grandeur, but instead, you find lines like, cattle die, kin die, all men are mortal. But I know one thing that never dies. The reputation of the dead. In other words, what you build with your life, your love, your loyalty, your word. That's what endures. It's not far from what we still crave today. The wish to be remembered kindly, to have loved well, to have mattered to someone. In a way, every Viking saga is a quiet love letter across time, saying that even in a brutal world, tenderness is worth preserving. They didn't separate love from courage. They saw it as the same thing. To care deeply in a dangerous world was, in itself, an act of bravery. That's why, when warriors left for raids or voyages, they carried tokens: a lock of hair, a carved charm, a memory of home. They were reminders that strength didn't come only from the sword, but from the heart. And for all their myths of Ragnarok, the end of the world, the Norse never gave up on renewal. After all, even in their apocalypse, the sun is reborn. 2 humans survive. life begins again. Love, stubbornly, refuses to die. That was the real lesson. That even when everything ends, connection remains. So when you imagine a Norse wedding, the flicker of torches, the scent of pine, the murmur of guests, the exchange of vows, you're really watching a ritual of defiance. It's a way of saying, we know winter will come, but tonight we still choose warmth. And maybe that's why their stories still lull us to sleep today. Because beneath the violence and myth, there's a quiet wisdom, a kind that whispers rather than shouts. It tells us life is hard, love is harder, but they're both worth it. The Norse didn't need happy endings. They believed that meaning itself was enough, that to love, to remember, and to endure was victory. So tonight, as we drift away from their world, maybe that's what we take with us. Not the wars, or the gods, or the frozen seas, but the simple human truth that even the coldest people of the North knew by heart. That love, real love, is not about escape. It's about weathering the storm together. And that's how, even now, their echoes still reach us in our stories, our promises, and the quiet hope that, in some small way, we too will be remembered for how we loved. Hey guys, tonight we're diving into something a little different. Something older, quieter, and, depending on who you ask, either deeply spiritual or deeply suspicious. So if you're listening with the lights dimmed, and your blanket tucked just right, you're already halfway there. We're going to talk about Irezumi, the traditional Japanese art of tattooing. It's an art form that has existed for over 2,000 years, survived government bans, moral panics, and a few centuries of being called basically criminal, and somehow still emerged as one of the most intricate and meaningful forms of body art in the world. Of course, the irony is that for most of Japanese history, people didn't call it art at all. It was punishment, then taboo, then outlawed entirely, which is quite the career path for something that now costs more than a used car. But before it was criminal, before it was covered in dragons and waves, Irezumi was something far simpler. It began as small dots, marks, and patterns. Sometimes charms, sometimes symbols, sometimes just mistakes made permanent. Let's drift all the way back to a time before Japan was even Japan. Long before the samurai, before the shoguns, before the crowded cities and rigid etiquette, there were the Jomon people. They lived thousands of years ago, between roughly 10,000 BCE and 300 BCE. A prehistoric society that somehow managed to create pottery more advanced than some of their later descendants. And according to both Chinese records and archaeological finds, the Jomon people might have been among the first in the world to tattoo their skin. We don't have photographs, obviously just ancient clay figurines called doger with strange markings carved around their faces and bodies. Archaeologists like to debate whether those patterns represented tattoos or just decorative designs. But then the Chinese chronicles step in because, of course, early Chinese travelers were basically the Yelp reviewers of ancient Asia. And they described the early islanders as people who decorated their faces and boties with patterns to distinguish themselves, which is a polite way of saying they looked wild and scary, but probably thought it was fashion. In those early centuries, tattoos were not shameful. They had meaning spiritual, social, even protective. Fishermen, for instance, believed tattoos kept them safe from sea monsters or from drowning. So you could say it was the world's first waterproof spiritual insurance. But as Japanese culture evolved, and as it began absorbing influences from mainland China, tattoos started to lose their innocent reputation. You see, once the early Japanese elites began importing Confucian values, things got complicated, because Confucianism had a few strong opinions about what one should and shouldn't do with their body. The idea was that your body, hair, and skin were gifts from your parents, and marking or altering them was basically an insult to your ancestors. So, in a society obsessed with honor, you can imagine how that went over. Suddenly, tattoos weren't seen as beautiful. They were seen as dirty, barbaric, and worst of all, uncivilized. And that S, when the story of Irezumi took its first dark turn from sacred protection to state-sanctioned punishment. By the 3rd century CE, we start seeing tattoos being used as marks of crime and disgrace. Chinese texts, like the Weizi part of the records of the Three Kingdoms, mention that the people of the Japanese islands still tattooed themselves. But now those tattoos were different among the classes. Translation: the elites stopped doing it, and the lower classes didn't get the memo. Over time, the practice was weaponized. Instead of being a symbol of strength or status, tattoos became the mark of shame used to identify criminals for life. It was efficient, in a bleak sort of way. There were no prisons in early Japan, no long trials, no parole hearings. If you broke the law, your body was the court record. A symbol was carved or inked right into your flesh, and that was that. Each region developed its own branding system. In one province, a thief might have a line tattooed across his forehead. In another, the word dog was literally written into the skin, which, even by medieval standards, is quite the insult. It's fascinating how quickly a symbol can change meaning. A few centuries earlier, a tattoo on your arm could mean courage. By the Heian period, around 794-1185, it meant you were scum. And if that sounds harsh, it's because it was meant to be. Punitive tattooing wasn't just punishment, it was social death. You couldn't hide it, couldn't wash it off, couldn't marry respectably. You became an outcast, and that, ironically, is what saved Irezumi from disappearing completely. Because when a practice is banned by the state and rejected by polite society, who do you think keeps it alive? Exactly, the people outside the system. Let's glide forward a few hundred years, into the Edo period, the 1600s. Japan is now under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, a regime that loved order, hierarchy, and rules about pretty much everything. This was a world where clothing colors were regulated by class, hairstyles had social meanings, and everyone knew exactly where they stood, or else. But in the dark corners of that tidy society, another culture began to grow. The floating world, or Yukio, was a vibrant underbelly of pleasure, theater, and rebellion. The nightlife of Edo-maru Tokyo, and within that world of actors, courtesans, and gamblers, the art of tattooing began to bloom again. This wasn't the crude branding of criminals anymore. This was art. Painful, expensive, time-consuming art. It started small. Single designs copied from woodblock prints, dragons, tigers, cherry blossoms, gods of thunder and wind, all etched into the skin with careful precision. Each piece took weeks or even months to complete. And just like that, Irezumi became a language of defiance. Of course, it wasn't advertised as such. Tattooing was technically still illegal for much of this time, but as we've seen, illegality often makes art more interesting. Actors wore full-body tattoos under their costumes, revealing glimpses during performances. Firefighters, seen as brave, rough men of the city, began adopting them as symbols of courage. Merchants, forbidden from showing wealth in jewelry or silk, quietly displayed it in ink. Their bodies became canvases, their skin a declaration. We can't own palaces or titles, but we can own this. It's poetic, really. Outcasts, performers, and commoners turned punishment into beauty. The motifs themselves weren't random either. Dragons symbolized strength and wisdom. Koi fish represented perseverance, since koi were believed to swim upstream against impossible odds. And deities like Fudo Myoji, the fierce protector of Buddhism, offered divine strength, which is always useful when you live one bad day away from arrest. Irezumi had come full circle, from crime to art to quiet rebellion. But it also came with pain. Real, physical pain. Traditional Irezumi wasn't done with electric machines. Those came centuries later. It was done with wooden handles and metal needles tied together, dipped in natural pigments made from soot or charcoal, and hand-poked into the skin, dot by dot. 4 hours. Imagine sitting through that for days on end, just to get a dragon that no one would even see under your clothes. You'd have to really love dragons. Or, more likely, you loved what it meant, resilience, strength, defiance. It's hard not to admire that. Let's float for a moment, gently, on what that means. Because Irezumi is more than ink. It's a quiet rebellion that survived centuries of disapproval. It is proof that beauty docent tea always thrive in light. Sometimes it grows best in the shadows. And like all good things in history, the more people tried to erase it, the stronger it came back. In the next part, we'll drift deeper into the Edo underground, where tattoo masters became legends, firemen became icons, and the art of Irezumi reached its dazzling, painful peak before the government tried. Once again, to Bonito, let's sink a little deeper into Edo, the bustling, smoky, chaotic capital of Tokugawa, Japan. Imagine narrow wooden streets, paper lanterns glowing against the night, and the faint smell of grilled fish and wet earth. Somewhere, a shamisen is playing, and in the dim back room of a tea house, someone is getting stabbed thousands of times. Voluntarily. Yes. Welcome to the underground world of Edo Tatooine, where art met pain, and both were considered character building. By the 18th century, the Japanese tattoo scene had quietly become a subculture of its own. It wasn't advertised, it wasn't celebrated, but it was everywhere. Firefighters, laborers, artisans, courtesans, anyone who lived outside the tight grip of samurai decorum could, in theory, decorate themselves. Of course, the upper classes liked to pretend this didn't exist. They were busy writing poetry about cherry blossoms and pretending not to notice that their city's working class was covered in them. But this was Edo, a city that loved hypocrisy almost as much as it loved aesthetics. One of the strangest quirks of the period was that officially, tattoos were illegal, yet artistically, they were thriving. Government edicts kept banning unseemly body decorations, and people just ignore them, because what were they going to do? Arrests every single tattooed firefighter in the city. You see, the firefighters, known as Haikshi, were the real cultural influencers of Edo. Fires were constant in the wooden sprawl of the city, and firefighters were seen as daring, muscular, and just the right amount of reckless. Naturally, that made them heroes, especially in the eyes of the working class. And heroes need symbols, so they covered themselves in ink. Dragons to guard them from flames, water deities to balance the danger, mythical beasts to mark their brotherhood. There's something poetic about that. The men who fought fire wrapping themselves in water. And yes, the tattoos were painful. Very painful. Traditional Irezumi was done by tabori, literally hand carving. Artists used sharpened metal needles attached to bamboo rods, dipped them in ink, and pressed them into the skin by hand. No buzzing machines, no shortcuts, just rhythm, patience, and pain. Each session could take hours. A full-back piece could take months, and the masters who performed this delicate torture were called harishi. The harishi were not casual artists. They were craftspeople, philosophers, and sometimes, depending on your luck, minors. They worked in secret, often in small rooms hidden behind screens or in bathhouses where they could study the human body under natural light. Clients would lie still, often for hours, while the master rhythmically pushed ink into the skin, building layers of color and texture. The sound of tabori was distinct, soft tapping, like rain on wood. If you walked by one of these places and heard that quiet rhythm, you knew someone inside was suffering for art. But the results were astonishing. Irezumi wasn't just a design, it was storytelling. Entire mythological scenes. Dragons flying through waves, heroes battling demons, gods surrounded by flames, all seamlessly flowing across the contours of the body. The skin became a scroll, and the wearer became the story. This is where one of the great ironies of Japanese art appears, that while the shogunate censored books, plays, and even hairstyles, it accidentally gave birth to one of the most enduring underground art forms in the world. You can ban words, but it's much harder to ban skin. Let us pause and admire one man who helped make that happen, a print artist named Yuta. Now, Kuniyoshi didn't set out to start a tattoo revolution. He just liked drawing heroes, but in the 1820s, he published a series of woodblock prints based on a Chinese novel called The Water Margins, featuring 108 rebel warriors. These warriors were rough, noble, and very shirtless, and they were covered in elaborate tattoos. People loved it. Soon, tattoo artists began copying those designs directly onto clients' bodies. Dragons, tigers, waves, all in the same style as Kuniyoshi's prints. It was a kind of cultural feedback loop. Art inspiring tattoos. Tattoos inspiring art. And of course, because the government disapproved, that only made it more popular. Everyone loves a little rebellion, especially when it looks that good. The Horishi began developing their own systems of symbolism and composition. They'd plan the layout of the body like a scroll painting, balancing color, space, and movement. There were even unspoken rules. A dragon's head might always face upward to signify strength. A koi fish swimming upstream meant perseverance. Swimming down meant success already achieved. Flowers like cherry blossoms or peonies represented the fleeting beauty of life. And because modesty laws technically forbade public display, the tattoos were designed to be hidden under clothing. A full-body suit of ink would end right at the neckline and wrists, allowing someone to look perfectly respectable in public, until, say, bath time. Bathhouses, by the way, were where much of this culture flourished. Public bathing was a major part of Edo life, and it was in the steam and chatter of these spaces that tattoos were seen, admired, and quietly envied. And so, what started as punishment became pride. What began as rebellion became beauty. Still, the line between criminal and cultural was always blurry. By the late Edo period, Japan had a thriving underworld. The Yakuza's early ancestors, gamblers and gangsters who borrowed heavily from the firefighter aesthetic. Tattoos became a sign of loyalty and toughness, a visual declaration that you belonged to a group that didn't care what polite society thought. In a way, the tattooed body became a badge of belonging, a personal manifesto etched in ink. It wasn't for everyone, and it wasn't supposed to be. Even now, there's a quiet respect for the commitment it takes. To endure that much pain, that much permanence, you had to mean it. There's no faking you can't just wash it off when you change your mind. It is an identity. Let's drift for a moment on that idea. The idea of carrying your beliefs, your memories, your defiance, literally beneath your skin. It's such a human impulse, isn't it, to make meaning out of pain. To say, this hurt me, but now it's mine. Maybe that's why Irezumi has lasted so long. It's not just about decoration, it's about ownership, control. Turning the body, something the state once branded, in shame, into something no one can own but you. That's the strange paradox of Irezumi, born from punishment, perfected through rebellion, and preserved through artistry. And yet, the story doesn't end here, because, of course, Japan's relationship with tattoos has never been straightforward. When the modern world arrived, when the country opened its doors to the West and started comparing itself to European powers, everything changed again. And not in a good way. In the next part, we'll drift into the Meiji era, when Japan tried very hard to become respectable, and tattooists suddenly became an international embarrassment. We'll watch how the government outlawed the art again. This time, for the sake of appearances, while foreigners started lining up to get tattooed by the very same artists, Japan was trying to hide. Because nothing says irony like banning your own culture just as the rest of the world starts to appreciate it. So, imagine Japan in the mid-1800s. The sakura petals are still falling, tea ceremonies are still happening, and somewhere a samurai is still composing a haiku about the fleeting beauty of existence, which, frankly, is the most samurai thing imaginable. But outside that poetic little bubble, the world has started knocking. Loudly. Specifically, with cannons. when Commodore Matthew Perry showed up in 1853 with his black ships and his "please open your ports or we AI blow them up" diplomacy, Japan realized that maybe, just maybe, it couldn't stay isolated forever. Cue the Meiji Restoration, the big national rebranding of 1868, when Japan decided to scrap its feudal system, dress like Europe, industrialize, and pretend that everything old and weird never happened. And unfortunately, tattoos were right at the top of the weird list. You see, the new Meiji government was obsessed with how Japan looked to foreigners. They wanted to be seen as modern, clean, civilized, the kind of nation that wears top hats and builds railways instead of carving dragons into firefighters. So, in 1872, the government officially outlawed tattooing. Publicly, the justification was that tattoos were barbaric, unfit for the image of a modern empire. Privately, it was pure insecurity. Japan didn't want Western diplomats visiting bathhouses and seeing tattooed laborers. They thought it made the country look primitive. So, poof, a centuries-old art form, gone underground again. Of course, gone is a bit of an exaggeration. You can't actually erase a tradition that lives under people's skin, but you can make life miserable for the people who practice it. Tattoo artists or harishi suddenly found themselves criminalized, forced to work in secret once again. Some hid in back alleys. Others disguised their studios as barbershops. Clients would come in through side doors, whispering passwords, like something out of a noir film that hadn't been invented yet. Meanwhile, foreign visitors were fascinated because, and this is the best part, while the Japanese elite were banning tattoos for being embarrassing, European travelers were writing rhapsodic letters about how exquisite they were. British sailors, diplomats, and adventurers lined up to be tattooed by Japanese masters. In London, having an Irezumi-style tattoo became a mark of exotic sophistication. A look what I got while visiting the mysterious East kind of thing. So yes, while Japan was busy criminalizing its tattoo culture, the rest of the world was falling in love with it. It's the historical equivalent of deleting your SoundCloud right before it goes viral. The most famous foreign fan, that would be King George V, back when he was just Prince George, aboard Royal doing a world tour. In 1881, while visiting Japan, he got a dragon tattoo on his arm from one of the most renowned artists in Yokohama. It caused quite a stir back in England, and you can almost hear the collective sigh of Japanese tattoo artists thinking, "Oh sure, so it's barbaric when we do it, but classy when he does." Even British naval officers followed suit, turning Irezumi into a fashionable souvenir. For a brief, strange moment, tattooing was one of Japan's most sought-after exports, even though it was technically illegal within Japan itself. That's history for you. Always a bit upside down. Let's talk about those artists for a moment. The horishi who stayed behind, they kept the craft alive, passing it quietly from master to apprentice. Many of them were descendants of Edo-era families, continuing the same techniques in secret. The work was quieter, smaller, more intimate. There was no advertising, no signboards, no business cards. Clients were chosen carefully. You had to be trusted. And the irony, the secrecy made the art more refined. With fewer clients and no public competition, the horishi focused on perfection, developing the full-body suits. The seamless integration of myth and pattern, the subtle gradations of color that make traditional Irezumi so hauntingly beautiful today. It became less about rebellion, more about dedication. To be tattooed in Meiji Japan was not just a style statement. It was a declaration of loyalty to the artist, to the old ways, to something quietly sacred. Meanwhile, Japan itself was racing toward modernity: railways, factories, Western clothing, the whole makeover package. The samurai class was gone. The emperor was basically a constitutional mascot, and somewhere a bureaucrat was patting himself on the back for outlawing dragons. Yet, beneath the surface, The ink persisted. Bathhouse culture remained. So did the working class, and so did the idea that beauty and pain could coexist even if no one was allowed to talk about it. It's a bit tragic, really. Japan was trying so hard to become something else, it nearly forgot what made it fascinating in the first place. But that's the thing about traditions that are deeply human. They adapt, they hide, they wait, and they always resurface. After World War II, that's exactly what happened. Under the American occupation in the late 1940s, Japan was forced to revise or lift many of its pre-war laws. Tattooing was legalized again in 1948. Though legalized is a generous term. It was more like, we have bigger problems right now, so do what you want. For the first time in nearly 80 years, tattoo artists could work openly. But by then, the association between tattoos and criminality had become deeply ingrained. The Yakuza, Japan's organized crime groups had fully embraced Irezumi as a symbol of loyalty, endurance, and brotherhood. So when the average Japanese citizen saw tattoos, they didn't think of art. They thought of gangsters. And that stigma has lingered ever since. Even today, in modern Japan, tattoos are a paradox. They're admired internationally as fine art featured in museums, photographed by fashion magazines, praised for their technique and symbolism. Yet at home, they are often still unwelcome in public baths, gyms, and swimming pools. There's something haunting about that. A cultural masterpiece, centuries old, still living in the shadows of its own country. But maybe that's what makes Irezumi so special. It was never meant to be mainstream. It was born in secrecy, refined in rebellion, and carried through time by people who refused to let it die. It's not supposed to be for everyone. It's supposed to mean something. Let's float a bit further forward into the modern era, where Irezumi meets globalization, street fashion, and a very confused tourism board trying to decide whether it is okay to let tattooed people into hot springs. Because, of course, nothing says cultural whiplash like trying to reconcile ancient art with TripAdvisor reviews. So, by the time Japan re-emerged after World War II, the world had changed in almost every imaginable way. Empires had collapsed, cities had turned to ash, and Japan, once a feudal island turned imperial power, was now under American occupation, being rebuilt, reshaped, and repackaged for a global audience. But some things, the quiet things, remained the same. Down narrow streets and hidden basements, the art of Irezumi still breathed. It was never loud, never public. It didn't need to be. Tattooing was officially legalized in 1948, but in practice, that didn't mean much. There were no official licenses, no recognition of the art form, and no real acceptance. The people who carried tattoos and the people who made them were still outsiders. By now, the Yakuza had made Irezumi their signature. It wasn't just decoration anymore. It was identity. To join a syndicate, members were expected to endure the full-body tattoo process, a rite of passage that could take years and require immense pain tolerance. Imagine sitting for 10 hours a day, 4 weeks, while bamboo needles press pigment into your skin, one tap at a time. There's a word for that: level of commitment, devotion. And in the Yakuza world, that devotion meant something. The tattoos weren't meant to be shown in public. They were worn beneath suits, hidden under crisp shirts, only in private, during rituals, or while bathing among their brothers would the art be revealed. Each piece told a story. Dragons for strength, carp for perseverance, peonies for bravery, and sometimes an entire narrative, a warrior fighting demons, surrounded by flames and waves, carved across an entire body like a living scroll. You weren't just inked, you were transformed. For the public, though tattoos became synonymous with organized crime, bathhouses began posting "no tattoos allowed" signs, not as moral judgments, but out of fear. The logic was simple. Where there are tattoos, there might be Yakuza, and where there are Yakuza, there might be trouble. That fear turned into stigma, and that stigma, even 70 years later, hasn't entirely gone away. It has one of those cultural contradictions that Japan does so elegantly, a nation that can simultaneously celebrate centuries-old traditions in museums while quietly banning them from public life. But as Japan was wrestling with its identity, the rest of the world was having a tattoo renaissance. By the 1970s and 80s, Western tattoo culture exploded. Rock stars, bikers, and rebels all embraced ink as the ultimate act of self. Yet few styles carried the mystery and technical mastery of Japanese artists from around the globe flocked to Japan, trying to learn from the Horishi, and the best of those Horishi men like Horiyoshi III, Horikazu, and Horitoshi became legends. They revived the ancient tools, the traditional pigments, the meticulous designs. Their studios were quiet temples of craftsmanship. No buzz of machines, just the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of hand tools and the faint scent of incense. To sit for an Irezumi tattoo wasn't just an appointment, it was a ceremony. You didn't just pick a design off the wall. You told your story, and the artist, the Horishi, translated that story into myth. A dragon for resilience, a phoenix for rebirth, a lotus for purity after suffering. Every symbol had meaning, layered like ink on skin. Still, the contradiction persisted. On one hand, Irezumi was hailed by the global art world as one of the most refined forms of tattooing, a masterclass in balance, flow, and narrative composition. On the other, in Japan, it was still treated as a social blemish. You could have your work displayed in a gallery in Paris, but still be asked to cover up in a Tokyo swimming pool. You could be praised by fashion designers and tattoo enthusiasts abroad, yet quietly avoided on the subway at home. It's the kind of quiet irony that only history can write, that something once seen as spiritual and noble, then outlawed as barbara, could become criminal, then revered again, but never fully accepted where it was born. And then came the modern world, globalized, digitized, and, of course, very online. Suddenly, tattoos weren't secret anymore. Social media gave them a spotlight. Artists who once worked in whispered privacy were now posting their masterpieces to millions of followers. The world saw the beauty of Irezumi, the flowing symmetry, the mythic storytelling, the devotion behind every stroke. But that exposure came with new challenges. Some traditionalists argued that Irezumi was losing its soul, that taking an art form built on secrecy, spirituality, and personal discipline, and turning it into Instagram content was missing the point. Others saw it as liberation, a way to finally free Irezumi from its underground chains and let it be recognized as fine art. The truth, as usual, probably lies somewhere in between. Today, you can find Irezumi-inspired designs everywhere, in high fashion, pop culture, anime, even Olympic ceremonies. The one-spanned art has become a symbol of Japanese coolness, mystique, and creative rebellion. But in Japan itself, the hesitation remains. Public baths still post their no tattoos signs. Government offices still debate whether to license tattoo artists as medical practitioners, because technically, inserting pigment under the skin is a medical procedure. Yes, Japan still legally considers tattooing a form of surgery, because, of course, it does. It is the same country that can build a bullet train faster than a jet, but will also make you fill out 3 forms in triplicate to get a seal stamp for your marriage license. Tradition and modernity, hand in hand, always walking in opposite directions. But here's the quiet beauty of it. Irezumi survived all of that. It survived emperors, bans, wars, and stigma. It survived modernization, westernization, and digitalization. And it still exists, not as a mainstream trend, but as a living bridge between eras. If you walk through Tokyo today, you might still catch a glimpse of a full-back dragon at a sentu, half hidden under a towel, or find a quiet studio tucked away in Shinjuku, where a Hareshi works patiently, day after day, continuing a lineage that stretches back 400 years. No flash, no fame, just ink, breath, and time. Maybe that's the real power of Irezumi, not rebellion or identity, but endurance. It's art that was never meant to shout. It whispers, slowly, through centuries, carried by people who refuse to let it fade. And maybe that's why it feels so timeless. Because it is. At first glance, Irezumi looks like pure art. Intricate dragons, graceful koi, swirling waves, all wrapped around the human form, like moving murals. But underneath the color and myth, there's a philosophy. A quiet, meditative way of thinking that has guided this art for centuries. And like most things in Japan, it's about balance. See, in the West, tattoos often mean expression. A way to show individuality, rebellion, or emotion. But traditional Japanese tattooing isn't really about standing out. It's about becoming part of something greater. The full-body tattoo, called a horomono, isn't meant to scream, "Look at me." It's meant to transform the wearer into a living canvas that merges with myth, with nature, with spirit. That's why most designs flow around the body in perfect harmony, the curves of the muscles, the rhythm of the limbs, the way the back becomes a stage for epic stories. It's not just placed on the body, it becomes the body. Every line is drawn to move with breath and motion. When you turn, the dragon turns. When you bow, the waves crash. It's like wearing a story that never stops moving. Pain, too, is part of the philosophy. Traditional Irezumi is done by hand, with long needles called nome, guided by the steady rhythm of tabori. Literally hand carving. It's not fast, it's not gentle, and it's definitely not for the faint of heart. But that's the point. To endure hours, days, sometimes years of that process, quietly, without complaint, was seen as a form of purification. The pain wasn't punishment. It was proof of loyalty, proof of patience, proof that beauty isn't something you can just buy. It's something you earn through stillness and discipline. There's something almost zen about it, the way pain and peace coexist, like a monk sitting in meditation through a storm, unmoving. The goal isn't to avoid suffering, it's to accept it, to let it shape you, to find calm within it. And that's what makes a true horomono so haunting. It's not just decoration, it's devotion made visible. The imagery, too, has its roots in spirituality. Many of the figures that dance across tattooed skin come straight from Japanese folklore, Buddhism, and Shinto mythology, the very stories that have shaped Japan's worldview for centuries. Take the koi fish, for example. It's not just a pretty pattern. In legend, koi that swim upstream and survive the waterfalls of the Yellow River are transformed into dragons. It's a story about perseverance, the quiet, stubborn kind that keeps moving forward, no matter how impossible the current. So when someone wears koi on their skin, it's not vanity, it's a silent vow. Or the dragon, the eternal favorite. In Japanese myth, dragons aren't greedy monsters like in the West. They're wise, benevolent, water spirits, powerful. Yes, but also restrained. They control the elements, but they don't abuse that power. To wear a dragon is to wear balance, strength without cruelty, might tempered by compassion. Even the peony, the king of flowers, carries meaning. It's a symbol of bravery, nobility, and fleeting beauty. A reminder that even power must coexist with grace. Every creature, every wave, every cloud has a purpose. The entire design is a meditation on how the universe fits together. Chaos and calm, strength and gentleness, pain and peace. And then, of course, there's the idea of the sleeve or body suit as armor. Not the kind made of metal, but something deeper. The tattoo becomes spiritual armor. Protection against evil, misfortune, or weakness. It's as if the myths inked onto your skin can shield your soul from whatever the world throws at you. This isn't superstition. It's symbolic psychology. When your body tells a story of courage, you start to embody that courage. There's a saying among Horishi: the tattoo enters the skin, but it stays in the heart. It's not just about what's seen, it's about what's carried. And yet, in true Japanese fashion, there's also restraint. Traditional Irezumi always leaves certain parts of the body untouched, usually the chest, neck, hands, and face. This isn't accidental. It's deliberate. It creates contrast, a visual pause. The same way silence gives music its rhythm. Those untouched areas remind the wearer and the observer that even beauty needs boundaries. It's balance again. Control amid chaos. Like a garden carefully pruned to appear effortless. For the Horishi themselves, the work is almost spiritual. They don't see themselves as artists in the Western sense, individual geniuses expressing themselves, but as craftsmen continuing a lineage. Each one learns under a master, sometimes for decades, before being allowed to tattoo independently. The relationship between artist and client is built on respect, ritual, and mutual patience. Before tattooing begins, there's discussion not about what looks cool, but about what story the client wants to carry, what virtues they wish to embody, what demons they want to face. The Horishi then interprets that into a design. And once the process begins, it's not rushed. It unfolds slowly, over time, like a meditation shared between two people who barely speak during the sessions. It's less a transaction and more a quiet exchange of spirit. You could say that Irezumi is less about rebellion and more about acceptance. Acceptance of pain, impermanence, and identity. Acceptance of your place in the flow of things, where art, body, and nature are not separate, but part of one continuous pattern. It's a philosophy that doesn't need to be spoken aloud. It's just there, etched quietly beneath the surface. And maybe that's why, even after centuries of bans, stigma, and secrecy, it still endures. Because deep down, Irezumi isn't really about ink. It's about being human. The 21st century, TRA of Wi-Fi, neon cities, and phone cameras that can practically see atoms. You'd think, by now, the world would have figured out how to be chill about tattoos. And yet, in Japan, the birthplace of one of the most sophisticated tattoo traditions on Earth, the relationship between ink and society still feels complicated. It's a story of progress that keeps hesitating, like someone bowing politely to the future but refusing to make eye contact. To understand where things stand today, you have to picture two Japans. There's the global Japan, the one on postcards and travel vlog. Bright, modern, endlessly efficient. And then there's the local Japan quiet, traditional, deeply conscious of order and harmony. Both are real. Both coexist. And tattoos, somehow, still sit awkwardly in between them. In 2013, Japan hosted a wave of global attention as it prepared for the 2020 Olympics. Tourism soared. Influencers posted photos in Kyoto, and every government ministry suddenly cared about image. And then someone brought up the awkward question: what about tattoos? Because foreign visitors love tattoos, but Japan? Not so much. Public bathhouses, swimming pools, gyms, and even some beaches continued their long-standing no tattoos allowed policies rooted not in law, but in cultural perception. The reasoning went something like this: tattooas are still linked with the Yakuza, and bathhouses want to maintain a peaceful atmosphere, which makes sense until you realize that the average tattooed tourist from London probably isn't a Japanese crime boss. Still, rules are rules. So, to avoid embarrassment, some onsen resorts began offering tattoo cover stickers, little flesh-colored patches guests could use to hide their ink. It was an attempt at compromise. Respect tradition, but don't scare the tourists. A bit absurd, yes, but also very Japanese. Meanwhile, inside Japan's art and fashion scenes, a quiet revival was happening. Young designers, photographers, and filmmakers began re-examining Irezumi not as criminal art, but as cultural heritage. Documentaries were filmed, exhibitions were held, and slowly, public perception began to shift. It helped that global interests never really went away. Western tattoo artists continued to treat Irezumi as a sacred craft, a gold standard of technique and storytelling. Some even traveled to Japan just to apprentice under masters who still practiced tibori by hand, enduring years of humility and repetition before being allowed to touch skin. In an age where tattoos can be printed by machines, that level of devotion feels almost mystical. Yet even now, being a tattoo artist in Japan isn't easy. For decades, there was a legal gray area, a wonderfully bureaucratic mess that only Japan could invent. You see, because tattooing involves puncturing the skin, the Ministry of Health argued it should be performed only by licensed medical practitioners. Which sounds logical, until you remember that tattoo artists aren't doctors, and the law was written before anyone thought about art. This led to arrests, fines, and confusion. Finally, in 2020, yes, those milbane to Japan's Supreme Court ruled that tattooing was, in fact, an art form, not a medical procedure. It was a huge moment. After nearly 150 years of being treated like a legal nuisance, Irezumi was officially recognized as legitimate art again. The irony, it took longer to legalize tattooing properly than it did to invent the shin. But even with that victory, the cultural stigma lingers. Ask an older generation Japanese person about tattoos, and you might still see them tense up slightly. A reflex born from decades of social conditioning. Meanwhile, younger generations are more open. Tokyo's youth fashion scene, especially in neighborhoods like Harajuku and Shibuya, treats tattoos like any other accessory. Expressive, personal, and cool. Yet even then, there's caution. Many people still keep their tattoos small and hidden, just enough to express individuality without drawing the wrong kind of attention. You could call it quiet rebellion. Rebellion with good manners. Tourism, globalization, and the internet have forced Japan to face the question of what Irezumi really means today. Is it still taboo? Or is it tradition? The answer seems to be both, because that's the essence of Japanese culture duality. Modern but ancient, reserved but expressive, traditional but always evolving. And Irezumi, with all its contradictions, fits perfectly into that pattern. Let's talk about the artists themselves. The modern Horishi. They're not working in shadows anymore, but they're still humble, still quiet, still disciplined. Many of them blend tradition with innovation, using electric machines for outlines, but still finishing details by hand. They keep the motifs intact. Dragons, koi, oni, flowers, deities, all rendered with that distinctive sense of flow that makes Irezumi look alive. Some experiment with color palettes, merging old myth with modern aesthetics. Others stick faithfully to Edo period styles, refusing to change even a single technique. What unites them is the philosophy of patience. The slow art that resists shortcuts in an age obsessed with speed. Every session is a conversation between body and brush, between endurance and beauty. And in that space, quiet, rhythmic, timeless, the old Japan still breathes. Interestingly, Irezumi is now being recognized by scholars and cultural preservationists as an intangible heritage, something worth documenting and protecting. There are calls to register it as a national art form, the same way kabuki, no, and ikebana have been honored. Imagine that the same tattoos, once banned by emperors and feared by the public, one day officially protected by the government. History has a sense of humor, doesn't it? When you look closely, Irezumi mirrors Japan itself. It's a blend of contradiction and continuity. Delicate yet defiant. Ancient yet alive. It's the art of endurance, of quiet rebellion, of finding beauty in discomfort. And maybe that's why it resonates so deeply today, even beyond Japan, because beneath all the cultural context and symbolism, Irezumi speaks to something universal: the human need to tell stories, to carry meaning, to make our pain beautiful. We've always done it, in one form or another, carved it on stone, painted it on temples, whispered it in myths. Now, we carry it on our skin. The world may change. Laws may come and go. Styles may fade. But somewhere, in a quiet studio in Tokyo or Osaka, a horishi is still dipping his needles into ink, still tracing the same lines that have been drawn for centuries. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of history breathing, because even in the age of smartphones and skyscrapers, Irezumi remains what it has always been. Art that lives, art that endures, art that remembers. When you look at Irezumi, really look at it. Not just as decoration, but as something deeper. It starts to tell you things about Japan that go far beyond the skin. It speaks of patience, of restraint, of hidden strength. It whispers about pain and beauty being inseparable, about how endurance can itself become a kind of art. In Mani Wali's, it reflects the Japanese soul more honestly than most of the polished images that the world sees. Irezumi has always existed in tension with society, not because it rebelled, but because it refused to disappear. From ancient criminals marked by punishment, to samurai who wore ink as armor, to Idawara artisans who hid their art beneath layers of silk. Every phase of this tradition reveals something about how Japan negotiates its identity. It is a country that values harmony, yet secretly admires defiance. It loves perfection, but it also respects the imperfect. The cracked tea bowl, the faded scroll, the tattooed body that carries its story quietly. If you think about it, the philosophy behind Irezumi isn't that different from wabi-sabi. The Japanese appreciation of imperfection and a tattoo, after all, is never flawless. The lines shift as the skin ages, the colors fade, and yet, that natural decay only makes it more human. It's not about eternal youth or superficial beauty. It's about the passage of time made visible. Just like the country's ancient temples weathering centuries of storms, the ink stays, but it changes, and in doing so, it becomes more meaningful. In Tatsun Sei, wearing Irezumi is almost like performing a lifelong act of meditation. It's not just the pain of getting it, though that's part of it. It's about the patience required to finish it, sometimes over months, even years. A full-body Irezumi suit can take hundreds of hours to complete. You sit, you breathe, you endure. The rhythm of the needle becomes like a heartbeat, steady and grounding. The pain fades, but what's left is permanence, a design that outlives moods, trends, and even memories. There's also an idea of silence in Irezumi, a quiet dignity that never demands attention. Unlike Western tattoos that often shout for visibility, traditional Japanese tattoos were meant to be hidden beneath clothing, revealed only in private moments or during festivals. That choice, to conceal beauty instead of displaying it, says a lot about Japanese aesthetics. It has the same logic behind a tea ceremony. What matters most is not what is shown, but what is felt. Today, as Japan continues to modernize, there's a sense that Irezumi stands as one of the last living connections to a slower, more deliberate world. Everything else, say, from technology to entertainment, moves at the speed of light. But the tattoo process refuses to rush. It asks you to commit, to endure, to respect the art enough to suffer for it. That alone makes it revolutionary in a culture obsessed with convenience. There's a quiet irony in the fact that Japan, a country that produces some of the most precise technology in the world, also created one of the most imperfectly human art forms in history. Irezumi doesn't aim for mechanical symmetry. Breath. It flows with the contours of each body, accepting that every human canvas is different. It celebrates individuality within structure, freedom inside discipline. And perhaps that's the most Japanese thing of all. When you talk to tattoo masters, the horishi, they'll often say that they don't just make tattoos. They build stories. Every design means something. The koi fish that swims upstream symbolizes perseverance. The dragon represents wisdom and protection. The peony suggests courage and wealth. Even the background patterns, the waves, the clouds, the wind, tie the entire design together in motion. It's not random decoration. It's narrative. It's memory made visible. And yet, what's beautiful is that these meanings aren't fixed. Each wearer interprets them differently. A koi for one person might be about ambition. For another, it's about survival. In a society that often prizes uniformity, that quiet, personal symbolism becomes an act of individuality. That's why many people with Irezumi rarely talk about what their tattoos mean. The meaning isn't for others. It's for them. If you ever visit Japan and meet someone with traditional ink, you might notice how they carry themselves. There's a certain stillness, a kind of inward calm. Maybe it comes from having endured the process, or maybe it's just the awareness that they wear something sacred, something that belongs to centuries of discipline and artistry. It's not rebellion in the Western sense. It's pride without arrogance. In the end, Irezumi is about coexistence. The coexistence of pain and beauty, of tradition and modernity, of shame and honor. It's about carrying something ancient into the present without letting it lose its dignity. Even as Japan wrestles with how to integrate tattoos into public life, Irezumi remains what it has always been. Quiet, enduring, unbending. If you strip away the myths, the taboos, and the fear, what's left is something profoundly human. A desire to mark life, to make meaning visible, to connect body and story. That's what art has always been. Whether carved in stone or drawn in ink, Irezumi just happens to do it with a needle and skin. And maybe, as the world grows louder and faster, there's something comforting about that kind of stillness. About knowing that somewhere in a small, silent workshop in Japan, a master still dips his needle into ink, still breathes in rhythm, still traces lines that connect centuries. The sound is the same as it was hundreds of years ago. Soft, steady, almost like a heartbeat. That's not rebellion. That's remembrance. It's Japan remembering itself, one quiet tap at a time. It's funny, really. For an art form that was once deliberately hidden under layers of silk, Irezumi somehow managed to become one of Japan's most recognizable exports. The rest of the world, especially the West, couldn't get enough of it. They didn't always understand it. Of course, te rarali do, but they adored the colors. The mythic creatures, the bold lines that seemed to ripple across the skin like living silk paintings. Somewhere along the way, Japan's quiet, secretive art of self-expression became a global fascination. The first real Western encounters with Irezumi came in the 19th century, during Japan's sudden and dramatic opening to the outside world. After centuries of isolation, Japan had reluctantly started letting foreigners in, and naturally, those foreigners behaved like kids in a museum gift shop. They wanted souvenirs, stories, and, apparently, tattoos. Sailors were among the earliest adopters. When their ships docked in Yokohama or Nagasaki, they'd stumble off the decks, find a local tattoo master, and leave with something magnificent etched into their skin. It was a sort of badge of honor, proof that they had made it to this mysterious land at the edge of the world. You can imagine the reactions when those sailors came home to Europe or America with dragons coiling across their arms and tigers slashing up their backs. Victorian society wasn't exactly ready for that. Most people still thought of tattoos as the mark of criminals or savages, which, in fairness, was also how many Japanese viewed them. But exoticism was all the rage in the 19th century. Oriental art, design, and fashion were everywhere. So, while respectable ladies collected Japanese fans and porcelain, the rougher men of the world collected tattoos. Different souvenirs, same obsession. It wasn't long before the fascination turned into imitation. Western tattoo artists began studying Japanese techniques and motifs, trying to replicate the flowing, organic style of Irezumi. Some of them even traveled to Japan to learn from the masters. They admired the craftsmanship, the balance, the symbolism, the way the designs wrapped perfectly around the body, instead of just sitting on top of it. Western tattooing, up to that point, had been a bit like doodling on skin. Irezumi showed them it could be art. By the early 20th century, The Japanese influence was everywhere in Western tattooing. The koi fish, the dragon, the peony. All these became staples in tattoo parlors around the world. American artists like Ed Hardy, yes, the one whose name later ended up on those very loud t-shirts, studied under Japanese masters and brought their philosophy back home. Hardy's mentor, Horahide, was one of the most respected horoshi in Japan, and through him, the techniques of Irezumi, the attention to flow, to balance, to symbolism, became part of the global tattoo vocabulary. But while the West was falling in love with Japanese-style tattoos, Japan itself was still caught in a complicated relationship with them. During the Meiji era, the government tried to project a clean, modern image to the world, one that would impress Western powers and shake off the stereotype of being a barbaric nation. Tattoos didn't fit that image, so in 1872, they were officially banned. That didn't stop people, of course. The tattooists went underground. Literally, their studios were hidden behind unmarked doors. Their clients came by word of mouth, and the art continued quietly, stubbornly, like a pulse that refused to fade. Ironically, while Japan was trying to erase its own tattoo tradition, Westerners were celebrating it. Even foreign royalty got involved. Prince George, later King George V of Britain, famously got a Japanese dragon tattooed on his arm during his visit to the country in 1881. Imagine that, an English prince proudly wearing what Japanese officials were trying to outlaw. It's one of history's small jokes. The same culture that tried to suppress its tattoos ended up having them admired by the world's elite. But the thing about beauty born from resistance, it always finds a way to travel. By the late 20th century, as tattooing became more accepted globally, Japanese designs experienced a full-blown renaissance. Artists in the United States and Europe began to blend Irezumi with modern tools and pigments, creating hybrid styles that were both traditional and new. The motifs stayed familiar. Dragons, samurai, waves, chrysanthemums, but they were applied with electric machines instead of hand tools, and sometimes mixed with Western themes. It was cross-cultural art in motion. Still, there was always something missing when Irezumi was copied outside Japan. The precision, yes, but also the philosophy. In traditional Irezumi, every stroke has intent, every design has a story, and every tattoo is a dialogue between the artist and the wearer. It's not transactional, it's relational. The artist isn't just applying ink, they're shaping identity. That level of intimacy doesn't translate easily in a fast-paced, commercialized tattoo industry. But even with that gap, the influence remains profound. Modern tattooing owes much of its artistic credibility to Japanese masters. Before them, tattoos were often dismissed as cheap, rebellious, or unsophisticated. Irezumi changed that perception. It proved that tattoos could be complex works of art, technically demanding, culturally rich, and spiritually meaningful. It made people realize that the human body could be a canvas for storytelling, not just a surface for decoration. And in a strange twist, global appreciation has begun to soften attitudes inside Japan itself. Younger generations, exposed to the world's fascination with Irezumi, are starting to view it differently, while public baths and gyms still have no tattoo policies. Many younger Japanese now see tattoos as expressions of creativity rather than criminality. Fashion magazines feature tattoo models, celebrities show off small pieces of ink, and even some traditional onsen resorts have begun relaxing their rules. Slowly, quietly, the stigma is fading. Of course, that doesn't mean everyone's comfortable yet. Japan is a country where change happens subtly, in whispers rather than shouts. But the direction is clear. Irezumi, once a mark of punishment, then of secrecy, is becoming a symbol of endurance, an unbroken thread connecting Japan's past to its future. When you trace that thread across the globe, you find it everywhere, from Los Angeles to London, from Seoul to São Paulo. The motifs may shift, the tools may change, but the essence remains. Every time a modern tattoo artist studies body flow, or designs with symbolic meaning, or takes extra time to make sure the art fits the person, they're echoing. It's the quiet kind of legacy, not shouted, not claimed, just present, like the hum of a tattoo needle, constant and rhythmic. A reminder that beauty doesn't need approval to survive. It just needs to exist long enough for someone to recognize it. So yes, Irezumi may have started as Japan's secret art, but secrets, when they're beautiful enough, never really stay hidden. They drift, they evolve, and before you know it, they've changed the world, one quiet, steady line at a time. The story of Irezumi in the 21st century is, in many ways, a story about quiet rebellion, not the loud, chaotic kind, but the slow, deliberate one, the kind that unfolds in silence and patience. For centuries, Japanese tattoo artists worked in the shadows, carving beauty into skin, even as society pretended they didn't exist. But the modern world has a funny way of dragging secrets into the light. And now, for better or worse, the art of Irezumi is stepping out from behind the curtain. The first thing to understand is that modern Irezumi isn't about nostalgia. It's not trying to recreate the past exactly as it was, though there's a deep respect for it. Instead, it's about continuity, a conversation between the artists of today are still using the old tools, still practicing the same discipline, but they're also living in a Japan that scrolls through smartphones, watches anime, and takes selfies. The question they face isn't whether to preserve tradition, but how to keep it alive without letting it fossilize. Some artists choose to stay entirely traditional. They use the tabori method, the same hand-poking technique that has been practiced for hundreds of years. It's slow, meticulous, and almost meditative. The rhythm of the needle, the steady breathing, the soft puncturing sound. It's like a ritual that exists outside of time. Watching a harishi at work feels like watching calligraphy written on living paper. Each movement is deliberate. Nothing is rushed. The result isn't just a tattoo, it's a performance of patience. Others blend tradition with technology. They still use the old motifs, dragons, koi, cherry blossoms, but they work with electric machines and modern pigments. This hybrid approach allows for cleaner lines, faster sessions, and sometimes even brighter colors. But the philosophy behind it remains rooted in the same old respect for form and meaning. No matter how modern the method, an Irezumi piece still needs to flow with the body, still needs to tell a story, still needs to feel alive. The modern revival of Irezumi is also tied to something larger, a quiet re-examination of identity in Japan. For decades, tattoos were stigmatized, linked to the Yakuza, banned in public spaces, and treated like an embarrassing family secret. But as global culture seeps into Japan, those old barriers are beginning to crack. Younger generations are questioning why something so beautiful should be taboo. They're not rejecting tradition, they're redefining it. It helps that the world outside Japan has become a mirror reflecting back admiration for this art when Japanese tattooists see foreign artists traveling halfway across the world just to study Irezumi. It's hard not to feel pride. What was once hidden is now celebrated in galleries, documentaries, and international conventions. Some harishi have even become global celebrities, their workshops booked for months in advance. The irony, of course, is that most of them still can't freely display their work in public back home. One of the most striking things about modern Irezumi is how it continues to attract people who are not just looking for beauty, but for meaning. In an age of instant gratification, there is something almost radical about sitting through dozens of sessions for a piece that takes months, sometimes years, to complete. The patience, the discomfort, the discipline required. It's an antidote to a world obsessed with shortcuts. It's art that demands you slow down, breathe, and earn it. And then there's the global audience. Irezumi has become an international language of ink. Tattoo studios from New York to Berlin proudly advertise Japanese-style pieces. Artists all over the world incorporate Hanya masks, phoenixes, and waves into their work. Some as homage, others as fusion. While purists might cringe at the hybridization, it's also proof that Irezumi has transcended its isolation. What was once local is now universal. Still, within Japan, the tension remains. Public baths, gyms, and swimming pools continue to post their familiar signs. No tattoos. The message, though indirect, is clear. Tattoos are still associated with organized crime. Yet the irony is that many of the people turned away by these rules are not gangsters at all. They're students, artists, office workers, foreigners, and even a few quiet grandmothers who got small pieces to mark something meaningful in their lives. The law doesn't forbid tattoos anymore, but the stigma lingers, like a faint shadow that refuses to leave. Some change is happening at the grassroots level. Independent tattoo-friendly onsens are appearing. Fashion magazines feature tattooed models, and perhaps most importantly, Japanese courts have begun ruling in favor of tattoo artists, declaring tattooing a legitimate form of artistic expression rather than an unlicensed medical procedure. It's a small but significant step, a legal acknowledgement that what these artists do is art, not crime. It's also worth noting that Irezumi's modern revival has taken on a deeply personal dimension. Many young Japanese who choose tattoos today are doing so not to rebel against society, but to reclaim a piece of their culture that was taken from them by stigma. They see Irezumi as a bridge between old Japan and new, between heritage and individuality. It's no longer just about aesthetic, it's about belonging. There's something beautifully cyclical about it all. The art that once began as punishment became beauty. The beauty that became shame is now slowly becoming pride again. History doesn't always move in straight lines. Sometimes it spirals, looping back on itself, until the past and present finally touch. If you walk through certain neighborhoods in Tokyo, like Asakusa or Ueno, you might still find those quiet workshops tucked between narrow alleys. The smell of ink lingers faintly in the air. Inside, a Horishi sits cross-legged beside a client, his tools arranged with monk-like precision. The only sound is the soft tapping of the needle. Outside, the world is loud. Neon lights, rushing trains, 1,000 lives moving too fast. But in that room, time moves the way it used to. Slow, patient, steady. That's what makes Irezumi so remarkable in the modern world. It's not an escape from modernity. It's a counterbalance to it. A reminder that beauty doesn't have to shout, that identity doesn't need permission, and that even in a country as forward-looking as Japan, there's still room for the ancient heartbeat of ink to echo beneath the skin. So yes, the art of Irezumi has changed. It's global now, digital now, photographed and posted and but at its core, it's still the same. It's still about transformation, the merging of body and story, pain and purpose, old and new. The tools evolve, the meanings expand, but the feeling, that quiet, intimate act of endurance, remains timeless. Because in the end, Irezumi isn't about rebellion or even fashion. It's about devotion to art, to patience, to something greater than yourself. And that's something no stigma, no law, no erakanera. When you think about it, Irezumi has always been about memory, not just personal, but cultural. Every tattoo carries more than just ink. It carries stories, whispers of people who endured, and traces of a nation that never quite let go of its contradictions. It's strange, really, how something once used to mark criminals has come to symbolize resilience, beauty, and even grace. But then again, Japan has always been a master of quiet transformation. The beauty of Irezumi lies in its permanence, not in the sense of being unchangeable, but in its quiet defiance of time. Tattoos fade, yes, but they never truly disappear. The body ages, the colors soften. The lines blur, yet the essence remains. That's the thing about Irezumi. It dosan, techas, perfection. It embraces decay. It honors the passage of years, the same way Japan cherishes a cracked teacup or a weathered shrine. It reminds you that nothing beautiful stays untouched. And that's precisely why it's beautiful. When a person chooses Irezumi, they're choosing to carry a story, not on paper, not in stone, but in flesh. It's an act of intimacy that lasts for a lifetime. You don't outgrow it, and it doesn't forget you. It changes with you, silently adapting as your skin stretches and your life shifts. Every scar, every wrinkle, becomes part of the canvas. The art lives as you live. There's something deeply poetic about that. Something that words alone can't quite capture. For the Horishi, the tattoo master, this permanence carries its own quiet responsibility. In a world obsessed with speed and impermanence, they deal in patience. They still sit cross-legged for hours, focusing on every line and every breath, knowing that their work will walk out the door and live a lifetime on another person's skin. That kind of dedication is rare. It's a form of devotion that goes beyond art, closer to craftsmanship, or maybe even faith. And it's not just about skill. It's about trust. A client sits before the horishi, offering their body as a canvas. There's no room for ego, no instant gratification, just mutual respect. The artist and the wearer become bound together by something older than both of them. The tradition itself, when the session ends and the tattoo is finally finished, that bond doesn't disappear. It stays, quiet but eternal, like the faint hum of an echo. What makes Irezumi so enduring isn't just its beauty, it's its honesty. It never pretends to be easy. It doesn't hide the pain, the time, or the discipline required. In a sense, it's the opposite of everything modern life tries to sell: quick fixes, instant beauty, effortless perfection. Irezumi reminds us that meaning is built slowly, that sometimes, to make something lasting, you have to sit through the discomfort and let it teach you patience. In Japan today, as society continues to evolve, Irezumi stands at an interesting crossroads. It's both ancient and modern, sacred and stigmatized, hidden yet admired. It embodies the contradictions of Japanese culture, the tension between what is shown and what is concealed, between order and chaos, between shame and pride. And maybe that's why it continues to fascinate people, both inside and outside Japan. It's not just art, it's philosophy, written in ink. For many Japanese people, the decision to get Irezumi remains deeply personal. It's not about rebellion anymore. Not really. It's about reclaiming identity. About saying, this is part of my culture too. And that quiet reclamation is happening one tattoo at a time. Not loudly, not defiantly, just patiently, in the same spirit that has defined the art for centuries. Outside Japan, Irezumi has become something of a global language. You can walk into tattoo studios in Berlin, Los Angeles, or Buenos Aires, and find artists who have studied Japanese motifs for years, tracing dragons and waves with reverence. They're not imitating. They're continuing a legacy that is the real triumph of Irezumi. It has crossed oceans and languages without ever losing its soul. It is fascinating to think about how an art form so bound to the body can also exist beyond it. Every photograph of a full-bodied suit, every painting inspired by its patterns, every fashion collection that borrows its motifs, all of it keeps the spirit alive. The body may be temporary, but the idea endures. It's a reminder that art, once born, doesn't belong to time anymore. And perhaps that's what makes Irezumi so hauntingly beautiful. It doesn't just mark the skin, it marks existence. It reminds you that life, like ink, leaves traces, some faint, some bold, but all permanent in their own way. It tells you that beauty isn't about being flawless, it's about being honest. When you step back and look at the entire journey, from ancient punishment to hidden devotion, from outlawed craft to global inspiration, you start to realize that Irezumi Ayasenti, a story of rebellion or even redemption. It's a story of the ink has survived emperors' laws, wars, and stigma. It's been whispered about, feared, admired, and finally, slowly, accepted. Through all of it, it never stopped being beautiful. So maybe that's the real lesson here. Beauty doesn't always need to be visible to matter. Art doesn't have to shout to be remembered. Sometimes it just needs to endure, quietly, patiently, beneath the surface. Like Irezumi, because in the end, when all the noise fades, and the world forgets the headlines and the trends, the old master's art will still be there, living in the skin of those who chose to carry it. A living history, written not in words, but in ink. And somewhere in a quiet Tokyo workshop, a needle still hums. Slow, steady, rhythmic, tracing the same dragons, the same waves, the same stories that have flowed for centuries. The sound is soft, almost like breathing, like a heartbeat that refuses to stop. That's Irezumi. Not rebellion. Not crime. Just memory. Just devotion. Just beauty, patiently waiting beneath the skin. The story of Irezumi, of course, quietly bleeds into another one that lurks at the edges of Japan's history, like a ghost with a gambling problem. Because where there is ink, there are stories. And where there are stories, there are men who built empires in the cracks of society. So let us drift softly into the world of the Yakuza, Japan's most infamous outlaws, who somehow managed to become both villains and folk heroes at the same time. The Yakuza story doesn't begin with violence. It begins, rather boringly, with cards. Back in the 1600s, during the Edo period, Japan was locked down under the Tokugawa shogunate, a regime so obsessed with order that even fun needed a permit. Merchants were considered socially low, gambling was outlawed, and the samurai had settled into bureaucratic boredom. So, naturally, the people did what people always do when the government tells them not to. They gambled anyway. Out of this underground pastime came the curious groups, the Bakuto and the Takiya. The Bakuto were gamblers who roamed the countryside setting up secret gambling dens. The Takiya were street peddlers selling everything from trinkets to fake medicine, often under the watchful eye of local bosses. Both lived on the margins, neither fully criminal nor fully respectable. And from their smoky dens and market stalls, the roots of the Yakuza quietly began to twist through Japanese society. The word Yakuza itself comes from a losing hand in a card game called Oi. The worst possible draw was 893, Yahoo-Z. In other words, useless. Fitting, considering how society saw them. But the men who wore that label didn't shy away from it. They turned it into an identity. If the world called them worthless, they'd build an empire out of worthlessness. Now, these early Yakuza weren't all tattooed mobsters in sharp suits. Most were poor, drifting men. Some were failed samurai. Others were merchant sons who didn't fit into Japan's rigid class system. They were, in essence, society's leftovers. But if there's one thing Japan has always been good at, it's turning leftovers into art. And that's exactly what the Yakuza did. They took the chaos of the underworld and gave it rules, rituals, and a strange, twisted sense of honor. By the 1700s, the Bakudo had started forming structured groups led by Oyabon boss figures who acted as fathers to their followers, known as Kobon, or children. It was a hierarchy built not just on fear, but on loyalty. A strange mirror of the samurai code of Bushi, repurposed for people who would never be allowed near a sword. The Yakuza made their own kind of nobility rough, improvised, but undeniably Japanese. And yes, they had tattoos. Large, intricate, and illegal. The same Irezumi designs that once marked criminals became a kind of brotherhood badge, spreading across backs and arms in swirling dragons and crashing waves. It wasn't fashion, it was devotion. To sit for those tattoos meant pain, commitment, and endurance. A mark that you belonged to something larger, even if that something lived in the shadows. The connection between Irezumi and the Yakuza wasn't just aesthetic. It was philosophical. Both rejected the polite, polished surface of Tokugawa society. Both embraced what was hidden, what Japan wanted to forget. And in a strange, poetic way, both were about control. The tattooed man mastered his body through pain. The Yakuza mastered chaos through discipline. Of course, as with most things in history, idealism eventually gave way to business. By the late Edo period, Yakuza groups began organizing around gambling operations, protection rackets, and black market trade. They had territories, alliances, and even codes of conduct. You could almost mistake them for bureaucrats, just ones with swords tucked in their belts and tigers crawling up their backs. Still, the Yakuza weren't simply criminals. Many saw themselves as Ninkyo Dantai, chivalrous organizations. They liked to imagine themselves as modern-day samurai protecting the weak, punishing the corrupt, and maintaining a rough form of street justice. And sometimes, surprisingly, they actually did. In places where the government's reach was weak, Yakuza gangs kept peace, mediated disputes, and protected merchants. It was organized crime, but with a poetic delusion of nobility. There's a reason why, even today, the Yakuza occupy a strange space in Japanese culture, both feared and oddly respected. It's because they filled a void left by the collapse of the old feudal system. When the samurai class vanished, someone had to inherit their aura of loyalty and code, and the Yakuza, in their own twisted way, picked up the mantle. They became outlaws who spoke the language of loyalty, criminals who quoted Bushido. Let's be clear, though this wasn't some noble Robin Hood fantasy, the Yakuza could be brutal, exploitative, and self-serving. They were extortionists, gamblers, and enforcers, but they wrapped their crimes in ritual, giving themselves a moral vocabulary that made it all seem almost honorable. Almost, that's perhaps the strangest part of their story. How much of it feels like performance. The ceremonies of loyalty, the tattoos, the sake rituals between Oyaban and Koban, the stylized punishments. They all blur the line between faith and theater. In a society obsessed with appearances, even the criminals learned how to play the part. And through it all, the hum of the tattoo needle continued. Each new member endured the pain of ink as initiation. Each dragon and chrysanthemum carried the same silent promise that loyalty would last as long as the skin itself. By the early 1800s, the Yakuza were no longer drifting gamblers or they were networks, shadow communities with their own rules, their own economics, and their own strange sense of justice. They existed everywhere and nowhere. They were both Japan's dirty secret and its dark reflection. It is odd to think about how a losing hand in a card game became the foundation for one of the most enduring criminal traditions in history. But that's the quiet beauty of this story. In Japan, even the discarded things, the outlaw, the tattoo, the worthless, find a way to become art. By the late 1800s, Japan had finally decided to stop pretending it was an isolated island and start catching up with the rest of the world. The Meiji Restoration swept through like a polite but unstoppable storm, dismantling the old feudal order, modernizing the economy, and introducing words like constitution and industrialization into a society that still measured time by the shogun's tea schedule. For the Yakuza, this was complicated. The world that had given birth to them, the back alleys of Edo, the gambling dens, the small-town markets, was disappearing. The samurai they had once imitated were gone, stripped of status and sword alike. The government now had policemen, and those policemen had, inconveniently, guns. So the Yakuza had to evolve. And, as history has shown again and again, outlaws are very good at adapting. Some Yakuza moved into politics. Yes, actual politics. The Meiji period was full of shady alliances between street bosses and local politicians. After all, who better to manage crowds, handle disputes, or provide, let's say, persuasive support during an election than men who specialized in organized persuasion? The Yakuza learned to wear suits instead of robes, carry briefcases instead of swords, and pretend that everything they did was perfectly legitimate. Others leaned into the new economy. Japan's modernization brought construction, ports, factories, and with them, opportunities. The Yakuza found their way into dockworker unions, transport companies, and urban labor. Protection rackets became labor management. Illegal gambling evolved into entertainment. It was the same old business, just dressed in Western clothes. But while the Yakuza were modernizing, they never lost their old-world rituals. Beneath the new suits, the tattoos still lived, hidden like whispered prayers beneath starched collars. The Sakaring ceremonies between Oyaban and Koban continued. The codes of loyalty and silence remained ironclad. Outwardly, they were adapting to a capitalist world. Inwardly, they were still very much living by feudal logic, a miniature shogunate of their own making. And because Japan was at T's point, rediscovering nationalism and empire, the Yakuza found another convenient niche. Patriotic gangsters, some groups began to align themselves with right-wing nationalist movements, claiming to protect the spirit of Japan from Western corruption, which, coming from men who ran gambling dens and extorted factory owners, is an interesting definition of patriotism. Still, it worked. By the early 1900s, certain Yakuza leaders were cozying up to military officers and bureaucrats, providing unofficial services, information, intimidation, and control of street movements. They were the quiet hands beneath Japan's rising modern empire. Not visible, but definitely present. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the aesthetic of Irezumi continued to evolve. The tattoo artists who once worked in secrecy began refining their craft. Full-body suits of ink, elaborate, mythic, and deeply symbolic, became the Yakuza's signature. Dragons, koi fish, peonies, and gods of thunder wrapped around torsos like moving murals. It was still painful, still taboo, but now it carried a certain underground prestige. The body became a living canvas of defiance, a silent no to the polite conformity of modern Japan. But modernization also brought scrutiny. The new government wasn't thrilled about these inked outlaws freelancing in every port and city. Police crackdowns became common. Anti-gambling laws were enforced more strictly. Yakuza bosses were arrested, released, and arrested again, a pattern that would continue for the next century. But no matter how often the state tried to crush them, they always managed to reappear. Like bamboo after a storm, they bent, but they didn't break. Let's float forward a bit. The 1920s and 30s, Japan was urbanizing fast. Tokyo and Osaka were sprawling industrial centers. The Yakuza now ran everything from black markets to entertainment districts, brothels, gambling halls, and bars, all conveniently managed by the underworld. And during this time, their ties to right-wing politics deepened. Many Yakuza saw themselves as protectors of Japanese identity. Ironically, while selling alcohol and managing prostitutes, the contradictions were almost poetic. Then came the war. World War II was a turning point for everyone, even criminals. Japan's military government cracked down on all non-state power, including the Yakuza. Many went underground, others were conscripted, and some worked quietly with corrupt officers to manage the black markets that fed a starving civilian population. When Japan finally surrendered in 1945 and everything collapsed, it was those same black markets that kept people alive. And guess who was running them? Exactly. The Yakuza. In the post-war chaos, when food, fuel, and dignity were all in short supply, the Yakuza emerged as unofficial providers. They ran markets, distributed goods, and offered protection. They were criminals, yes, but they were also efficient. And in a country rebuilding from ashes, efficiency mattered more than legality. The American occupation forces, confused but practical, often tolerated them. After all, who else could control the streets, manage the laborers, and keep the peace in Japan's fragile cities? So, for a brief, strange moment, the Yakuza became both outlaws and accidental civil servants. By the 1950s, they had reinvented themselves yet again, this time as businessmen. Real estate, entertainment, construction. The Yakuza diversified their portfolio like any respectable conglomerate. Some even registered as companies. Their tattoos were hidden under crisp suits, their rituals now performed in office buildings instead of back rooms. It was, in a sense, the ultimate transformation, from gamblers to gangsters to gentlemen. But under all that modernization, the same core identity remained: loyalty, hierarchy, and the idea that even in a corrupt world, honor mattered. It was delusional, maybe, romantic, definitely. But it was the delusion that held the Yakuza together for centuries. And through it all, the art of Irezumi persisted, now more underground than ever. The tattoos became secret emblems of commitment, because even if the world had moved on, even if Japan had paved over its old alleys with neon and glass, the ink still whispered of an older code, one written not in laws, but in scars. Japan's cities were humming again. The ruins of war were being replaced with concrete, neon, and the sound of vending machines that never stopped. By the 1950s, Tokyo had reinvented itself, sleek, efficient, and buzzing with ambition. The economy was rising so fast that people started calling it the Japanese miracle, and of course, wherever there's money, the Yakuza are never far behind. The chaos of the immediate post-war years had made them powerful, but the boom years made them rich. Very rich. They adapted with impressive ease. The backroom gamblers and alleyway enforcers of the Edo period were now wearing tailored suits, driving imported cars, and investing in construction contracts. If you wanted to build something in post-war Japan, a hotel, a nightclub, a highway, chances are you'd have to deal with a man who had a dragon tattoo hiding under his business shirt. Their structure became even more organized. The Oyabon-Koban hierarchy evolved into full-blown corporations, complete with secretaries, offices, and official seals. Some groups even had logos. The biggest syndicates, like the Yamaguchi-gumi, started expanding nationwide. They operated in everything from real estate to entertainment to, let's say, informal debt collection. It was capitalism just with a bit more menace. And yes, they were visible. Very visible. Unlike the Western Mafia, who tried to blend in, the Yakuza didn't exactly hide. They attended public events. They sponsored festivals. They handed out business cards. Literally, business cards with their gang names printed neatly on them. It was an open secret. Everyone knew who they were, but pretending otherwise was just more polite. That's something very Japanese, by the way. The idea that as long as everyone maintains appearances, everything's fine. The Yakuza thrived in that social gray zone. They were technically criminals, but socially useful. They kept construction projects running, handled disputes, and in a perverse way maintained order in the underworld. They were the shadow government of Japan's economic miracle. The 1960s brought visibility and mythology. Yakuza films exploded in popularity, violent, melodramatic, and deeply romanticized stories about loyalty, betrayal, and men who lived by a code in a changing world. Movie stars like Ken Takakura turned gangsters into tragic, and the irony was almost too perfect. While real Yakuza were terrorizing neighborhoods and skimming construction budgets. The public saw them as noble outcasts standing up against corruption, and the tattoos, the forbidden art of Irezumi, became more iconic than ever. Movie posters showed bare backs covered in dragons, tigers, and waves, making ink synonymous with masculinity and rebellion. It was art, danger, and identity rolled into one visual. Of course, the police were less impressed. The Japanese government, eager to appear clean and modern, began tightening laws against organized crime. By the late 1960s, crackdowns became frequent. Raids on offices, mass arrests, and public shaming campaigns were common. But it barely worked. The Yakuza had already adapted. They weren't hiding in alleys anymore. They were signing construction contracts and shaking hands with politicians. You can't exactly outlaw something that's already inside the system. Still, even the Yakuza couldn't ignore the winds of social change. The 1970s brought new kinds of youth rebellion student protests, counterculture, and Western influences that didn't care much for old hierarchies or honor codes. The Yakuza's old-fashioned sense of loyalty started looking outdated. Some younger members grew restless. Others saw an opportunity in drugs and nightlife, darker, riskier profits that blurred the line between business and chaos. And yet, the core structure survived. The Oyabon-Koban relationship remained sacred. The Sake ritual, that quiet ceremony where boss and subordinate shared a drink to seal loyalty, was still the beating heart of their identity. Even in skyscraper offices, even under fluorescent lights, they kept those old rites alive. It was tradition wrapped in modern packaging. Let us take a quiet moment here, because there is something oddly poetic about how Japan's most modern decades were haunted by such an ancient spirit of belonging. The Yakuza were, in their own strange way, the last feudalists of a capitalist society. Everyone else had moved on to corporate anonymity. They still lived by blood oaths and metaphors about honor. Outdated, sure, but maybe that's why they lasted. Still, cracks were showing. As the money grew, so did the greed. The bigger organizations began fighting over territory, markets, and influence. The Yamaguchi-gumi especially became a behemoth, absorbing smaller gangs, crushing rivals, and acting more like a corporation than a brotherhood. For a group that preached loyalty, they were getting alarmingly good at hostile takeovers. By the mid-1970s, Japan had the most structured criminal system on Earth. Law enforcement even had lists, literal organizational charts, showing who belonged to which family. You could almost admire the efficiency, if it weren't, illegal. And through all this, the money, the modernization, the mythology, the tattoos remained a quiet constant. Still taboo. Still hidden under shirts. But still there, because no matter how much Japan changed, no matter how respectable the Yakuza pretended to be, the ink remained a reminder. Beneath the suit, there's always the outlaw. By the 1980s, Japan was rich, not comfortable rich. Absurdly rich. The country had gone from post-war ruble to luxury car dealerships and high-tech skyscrapers faster than anyone thought possible. Real estate prices were so inflated that the land under the Imperial Palace was said to be worth more than all the real estate in California, which sounds like a joke, but at the time, people actually believed it. And, naturally, when everyone's swimming in money, someone's going to be skimming from the pool. Enter the Yakuza dressed not in open shirts and gold chains anymore, but in neatly pressed business suits and imported sunglasses. They didn't just adapt to Japan's new economy, they became part of it. The 1980s were the Yakuza's golden age. Groups like the Yamaguchi-gumi grew into massive organizations with tens of thousands of members. Their reach extended into construction, finance, entertainment, and real estate. It wasn't just extortion or gambling anymore. It was insider trading, land deals, and stock manipulation. Basically, they discovered capitalism. One of their favorite tricks was something called saka. It was beautifully simple. They'd buy small shares in companies, dig up dirt on the executives, and then threaten to expose their scandals at shareholder meetings, unless they were paid off. It was blackmail with a corporate twist. And for a while, it worked so well that companies simply added Yakuza hush money to their budgets. Efficiency at its finest. Meanwhile, in the construction industry, the Yakuza practically ran the show. Japan was constantly building highways, bridges, office towers, and, of course, golf courses. So many golf courses. The gang supplied the labor, handled the unions, and ensured smooth operations. Which is a polite way of saying they kept everyone in line through intimidation. The Yakuza also found a cozy place in entertainment. Talent agencies, music, film, anywhere there was fame and money, they had a hand in it. Sometimes, literally. It wasn't uncommon for rising stars to receive protection from Yakuza groups in exchange for loyalty. Or, in other cases, blackmail photos conveniently appeared when contracts needed Show business was never really clean, just better dressed. And through all this, the image of the Yakuza became strangely glamorous. Magazines wrote about their lifestyles. Pop culture painted them as elegant outlaws, men who moved in smoky boardrooms and neon nightclubs, still living by an ancient code in a shallow modern world. It was fiction, of course, but it sold. However, the bubble couldn't last forever. By the early 1990s, Japan's economy finally cracked under the weight of its own excess. Property prices collapsed, banks started failing, and the so-called miracle turned into what economists politely call the lost decade. For the Yakuza, who had invested heavily in real estate and finance, this was inconvenient. Their empire of cash started to wobble. Debt piled up. Rivalries intensified. The flashy cars and golf memberships started to look more like liabilities. And, as usual, when the economy stumbles, the government suddenly remembers it, has laws to enforce. In 1992, Japan introduced the Anti-Boryakuten Law, the first major legal strike against organized crime. For the first time, simply belonging to a Yakuza group could get you arrested. Businesses were forbidden from working with them. Banks were told to close their accounts. Even renting an apartment became difficult. In short, the state was finally saying, "We know who you are, and we're done pretending." It was a shock. For decades, the Yakuza had lived openly, operating from registered offices with signs on the door. They'd been tolerated as a necessary evil, something that kept the darker corners of society in check. But now, they were being treated like actual criminals. Which, of course, they were, but it must have felt insulting after all those years of unofficial cooperation. The Yakuza, being the Yakuza, tried to adapt again. Some went underground. Others rebranded themselves as social organizations or business associations. A few even dabbled in overseas ventures, drugs, money laundering, and cyber. The suits stayed. The tattoos stayed hidden, but the game had changed. Still, even during their decline, the Yakuza managed to cling to that old mythology. The idea that they weren't just criminals, but men of Ninkyo, chivalry. They liked to imagine themselves as the last honorable villains in a world run by hippuks. And honestly, it's hard not to see the irony, because, as corporate Japan stumbled through scandals of its own fraud, corruption, political bribery, the Yakuza almost looked consistent by comparison. Let us pause for a second and appreciate that strange symmetry. The outlaws who once lived on the fringes of society had, by the 1980s, become a reflection of the system itself. They were everything. Japan didn't want to admit it, had become ambitious, greedy, loyal to hierarchy, obsessed with appearances. In that way, the Yakuza weren't just criminals, they were the perfect mirror. But mirrors crack, too. By the late 1990s, police pressure, financial collapse, and generational change had weakened the old syndicates. The romanticism faded. The young men who might once have joined the Yakuza were now choosing computers over tattoos. The Brotherhood was aging, shrinking, and losing relevance. The ink was still there, but it was fading, literally and metaphorically. And yet, the story wasn't over, because, in true Japanese fashion, even decline has a ritual. By the time the calendar flipped into the 2000s, Japan had changed. The bubble was gone. The suits were grayer, and the neon lights of Shinjuku flickered with a tired sort of brightness, like an old man trying to stay awake after dinner. The Yakuza were still there, of course, but they were no longer the untouchable kings of the underworld. They were, increasingly, ghosts in a city that had stopped believing in them. The new millennium was not kind to organized crime. Technology, that magical enemy of secrecy, began shining light into places that had been dark for centuries. Surveillance cameras, digital banking, traceable transactions, all the little miracles that made normal life easier also made the Yakuza's lives miserable. Even small things changed. Recruiters found it harder to convince young men to join. Tattoos were out of fashion, loyalty was expensive, and family didn't pay the rent. The Yakuza still maintained their old rituals, sick sharings, ceremonies, initiation oaths, respect for hierarchy, but it was starting to feel more like theater. The audience had moved on. Government pressure only intensified. New laws made it illegal for anyone, landlords, banks, or even vending machine companies, to do business with registered gang members. Police cracked down on their headquarters. Companies blacklisted anyone with suspected ties. The term Boryakudan Vailun Group became a social scarlet letter, and for the first time, ordinary people started pushing back. Citizens refused to rent to gangsters, refused to serve them in restaurants, and reported them to authorities. Even funeral homes turned them away. Imagine that. Being a member of Japan's once feared underworld, and being told you can't even get buried properly. The Yakuza responded in the only way they could, by disappearing, not literally, but socially. They started to go dark. Tattoos were covered, headquarters were disguised as small businesses. Many gangsters deregistered from their groups entirely, operating as freelancers hung the so-called half-grays. These were younger, less disciplined, more chaotic criminals who didn't care about tradition or ritual. The old guard hated them. To the Yakuza elders, the Hangyor had no honor, no code, no sense of ning, but they were the future, ruthless, tech-savvy, and invisible. They didn't need swords or tattoos, just smartphones and encrypted chats. Meanwhile, traditional Yakuza organizations were shrinking fast. Membership numbers dropped by more than half between 2010 and 2020. The mighty Yamaguchi-gumi, once the largest crime syndicate in the world, splintered into factions. Internal wars broke out, not the dramatic, sword-swinging kind of old movies, but quiet, bureaucratic feuds over territory and money. Police even started mediating between rival groups to prevent public violence. It was all very civilized, in a sad kind of way. But if the gangs were fading, the myth of the Yakuza was not. Popular culture kept them alive in movies, manga, and video games. The Yakuza game series by Sega turned them into pop icons. Tragic, brooding men who punch their way through moral dilemmas in perfect suits. Of course, the real thing was far less cinematic, more tax fraud than noble fistfights, but the fantasy was irresistible. And then there was the tattoo. The art of Irezumi had once been inseparable from the Yakuza image, a secret badge of belonging. But now, that same ink was an obstacle. Public baths, gyms, and swimming pools across Japan banned tattooed customers. Even foreigners with innocent tattoos were turned away. The stigma ran deep. Ironically, this exclusion only made Irezumi more appealing to artists and outsiders. Younger generations, especially abroad, began to see Japanese tattoos not as signs of crime, but as symbols of beauty, resilience, and craftsmanship. Western tattoo artists studied Irezumi techniques. Museums started showcasing the work. What had once been outlawed began to find a strange kind of redemption. In Japan, though, it's still complicated. Traditional tattoo masters Horishi continued to work quietly, often in private studios, passing down techniques that go back centuries. The process is still done by hand, using steel needles and ink pushed slowly under the skin. It's painful, slow, and meditative. The result is breathtaking, full-body murals of dragons, koi, tigers, and deities. Living canvases that tell stories of defiance and devotion. Some Yakuza still wear those tattoos, though fewer every year. To them, the ink remains a symbol of belonging, even if the family is dying. They relics of an old world that Japan is trying hard to forget, yet can never quite erase. And perhaps that's the quiet truth at the end of this long, strange story. The Yakuza were never just criminals. They were part of Japan's identity, the shadow that defined the light. For every era of order, there was an undercurrent of rebellion. For every bow, a clenched fist. The Yakuza, and the art that marked them, represented something deeply human. The need to belong, to resist, and to be remembered. Today, if you walk through Tokyo's back streets late at night, you might still catch a glimpse. A faint outline of ink beneath a shirt collar. An old man smoking outside a bar. A quiet nod between people who remember how things used to be. The world moved on. The codes changed, but the ghost of Ninkyo, that strange, tragic code of honor, lingers. And the tattoos, well, they'll outlast all of them. And that brings us to the end of our quiet walk through centuries of skin, stories, and shadows. From the forbidden prisons of Edo, Japan, to the neon alleys of modern Tokyo, Irezumi has carried everything. Pain, pride, beauty, rebellion, and somehow survived it all. It's strange, isn't it, how something once meant to mark criminals ended up becoming one of the most intricate, spiritual, and haunting art forms in the world. Time has a funny way of softening edges. What begins in shame can end in reverence. What was once a punishment can become poetry. If there's a quiet lesson buried beneath all the dragons and waves, it's probably this, that we humans never really stop leaving marks. Whether it's ink under the skin, words on a page, or memories in someone's mind, we're all trying to say the same thing. Don T, forget that I was here. So, as you lie there, maybe half awake, maybe already drifting, just let that thought settle. The world changes. Empires rise and fall. The laws, the symbols, the fears, all of it fades. But the stories remain, like faint lines of ink beneath the surface of history. Tonight's story was one of those lines, and now it's time to let it rest. Close your eyes. Breathe. Imagine the sound of waves against a wooden pier in old Edo. Somewhere, a tattoo master dips his brush, mixing ink and legend. The candlelight flickers, and for a moment, the centuries blur. The art endures. The stories sleep, and so should you. Good night, traveler. Until our next quiet journey through history's forgotten corners.